Tempat kedua jangan tu. Tempat weh. Yang tempat dulu lagi. Itu naik tempat mah. Boleh. Hai Pisal. Ada ben? Ha? What join man?
ये हो गया
Boleh empat ni. Tempat sedang ke? Ni. Gusti. Ông chết nào mà ông đến đây rồi 98564 51339. Jangan split new mute ni. Apa ya? Split tang mute. Split tang mute kan? Ni. Betul. Betul mana? Ai. Hah? Oh, tak ada. Nanti kawan kan? Ni hang ni. Oh, tak ada ni. Okey, okey. Evelyn Pak sedang. Evelyn Pak sedang. Evelyn Pak sedang. Pak you dah. Penghinaan. Sedang. Bas kan? Oh, dan sweet basil setengah sekat. Oh, syakun. Masuk phone masih long boleh 46. Should join mana ni? Okay. Okay. Ingat when I can do what jangan. Itu deh. Please begin. Please begin lah. Begin lah.
So good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So a warm welcome to each and everyone to the inaugural function of this 1 year long program, which has been organized by the Department of Science and Technology, SEED Division, in collaboration with the State Council Science, Technology and Environment, Meghalaya. So this 1 year long program is being celebrated as part of the AzadikaAmritMahotsav, and it has been named as VigyanUtsav, and an initiative has been taken by the Department of Science and Technology to celebrate this event by initiating a one month, one theme initiative. So the program will start this month of September 2021, and it will continue up to August of 2022 with different theme each month. And the theme for this month is STI institution at the state level. I take this opportunity to actually thank the Department of Science and Technology to initiate this wonderful program, which will benefit not only the general public, but it will benefit the people at the grassroots level. So to begin with the program, I kindly request Mr. CPCM, who is the Program Officer of State Council Science, Technology and Environment, to give the welcome address. Sir.
On behalf of the State Council of Science, Technology and Environment, Meghalaya, I would formally welcome all the participants who are here.
Sir, we couldn't hear you, sir.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you.
The State Council of Science and Technology welcome each and every one of you, all the participants. And formally, I would like first and foremost to welcome Sri IS, who is the member secretary of the State Council of Science and Technology, as well as the secretary of planning and other departments of the state government. Sir, we welcome you to the inaugural session of the celebration of the VigyanUtsav, which we are organizing as part of the 75 years of independence. We thank you, sir, and we welcome you to the inaugural session. And I believe that your presence here will be very meaningful for each and every one of us. You have been the driving force for the State Council of Science and Technology, and we really thank for all the moral supports in every issues and programs which we are organizing. We welcome you, sir, and I believe your presence here, which you have specifically give your time in spite of your busy schedule to be with us. I would also like to welcome Professor Pulak K. Mukherjee, who is the director of the IBSD, Institute of Resources and IBSD. We really thank you and we welcome you to the inaugural session. And I believe that throughout the sessions, in which you will be sharing all the insights into the various technologies which are there in your institute. And I believe these technologies which you will be sharing will be very beneficial for the state as a whole, as well as for the community which we are there. I would also like to welcome Dr. Ashim Sinha, the Assistant Professor of the Department of Basic and Social Science from the NEHU. We welcome you, sir, and I believe, again, your presence in these sessions will be very meaningful for each and every one of the participants, where we will get the insights into all the technologies, all the innovations which are there in NEHU, where we, as institution, as the council, as well as the public itself, will be benefited from your sharing of the various insights into your institute. I would like also to welcome Dr. Nursang Zwala Sailo, the scientist in charge of the Central Potato Research Institute of ICAR. Potato is one of the staple diet of the state, and a lot of research has been done in CPRS. And I believe that through your sharing of all the technologies, all the research which have been done in your center will be beneficial not only for the scientific community, but also for the farmers as a whole. I would like also to welcome Dr. Juni Pearl Lingdo, Senior Scientist and in charge of the Bioresource Development Center, BRDC, which is the sister organization of the council also. The Bioresource Development Center has done lots of research work in various fields regarding the biodiversity. And I believe through through the sharing of the technologies, to sharing of information, all participants over here will be getting the opportunity to know about the various technologies. I would like also to welcome Dr. Krishan Kumar, the advisor technical of the Northeast Center for Technology Application and Reach, NECTA. Thank you, sir, and we welcome you to the inaugural session and also to the presentation. And we will be learning lots of technologies from your institute. I would like also to to welcome Professor V. Ramaswamy from the Tamil Nadu Science and Technology Council, Dr. G.S. Kain. I would also to welcome Dr. Deepak Gupta, and also all the dignitaries who have joined in, not mentioning by name. We really appreciate your joining in the program itself, and we welcome you. And I hope that this program will be a very meaningful celebration, very meaningful program for each and every one of us, and for all those participants who have joined in. And I would like also special mention to welcome each and every one of you who are yet to join, and also to all those participants who have joined. With these few words, once again, I would like to welcome each and every one of you to the celebration of the VigyanUtsav, which is starting at this present moment for the State Council of Science and Technology, as well as for Meghalaya. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for the welcome speech. Um, Moving forward with the program, we would like to display a video that has been prepared by the Department of Science and Technology in New Delhi to initiate the program of the celebration of the VigyanUtsav.
Ini apa ini? Nah ini.
Hello, I am so sorry. There's some issue with the speaker here. We'll replay the video again.
It's good. It's good. Lovely. Hey, Asha. Hey, you can play the video later on. No? Yeah. Sana. Yes, no. There's some issue nih. Baba, I'm karena. Baba skip no. Mah. Apa aman keren. Baba skip. Let we'll play later on. Manundas ketri namun dan pornya. Ah, keren terus. Skip okay. Kalau apa yang berdua? On video.
Sorry for the technical glitch. So now I kindly request Shri Cyril B. Darlung Dingdo, IAS, Member Secretary, State Council of Science, Technology and Environment, Meghalaya, who is also the Secretary of Planning Department, Government of Meghalaya, who also hold several other posts in different departments under the state government. Sir, kindly give us your inaugural address.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible. Yes, so a very good morning to everyone who has joined from various state councils, from the Department of Science and Technology, from NEHU, and from all the other institutions who are collaborating in this program, the celebration of VigyanUtsav as part of our India at 75 celebration, AzadikaAmritMahotsav. On behalf of the State Council of Science, Technology and Environment, let me once again welcome all the distinguished resource persons who are here. I'll not be able to name everyone by name, so I welcome all of you in the interest of time on behalf of the Government of Meghalaya and the Department of Science and Technology. I think this is a very important program for the state of Meghalaya and for all the other participants who are joining virtually. In terms of having this virtual meet. Technology itself has enabled so many resource persons from various parts of the country with so much of knowledge base to share their knowledge on a forum like this, and where participants can participate virtually from anywhere in the world. So I'm sure that today's program has really a distinguished list of resource persons who everyone is eager to hear about. Since the topic of this month-long celebration, one theme celebration, is on science and technology institutions, let me just give a brief overview of the some of the initiatives of the science and technology institutions of the Government of Meghalaya. The nodal agency, of course, is the State Council of Science, Technology and Environment, as we all know, which is also there in all the other states. And we are very thankful to the Department of Science and Technology for supporting us in so many of our initiatives. So many of the projects that we have proposed as pilot projects is being supported by DST, and let me acknowledge the support of the Government of India that we receive as a State Council of Science and Technology, whose support is invaluable. And through this support, we have been able to take technology, science, innovation to students and to the people at large. One initiative I would like to mention today is the Technology Demonstration Center that is being funded by the DST, which will be coming up in the campus of the Northeastern Hind University. It's an apt location where students can come and see the technology that can be demonstrated, which can have relevance for the people on the ground. We in this Government of Meghalaya believe that science and technology has to be relevant to the context and to the people it is serving. And therefore, many of our initiatives have focused on how we can address the gaps, address the deficiencies many of the people in our state face. And as a result of this, some of the initiatives we have come up with, we are coming up with model villages where various technologies, from mud brick technology to low-cost chulas, etc., will be demonstrated. These will be knowledge centers where it will not be only about demonstrating technologies to the people of the villages, but also learning from various indigenous technologies. That brings me to the next theme. One of our institutions at the state level is the Bioresources Development Center. In the Northeast and especially in the state of Meghalaya, we are very rich in biodiversity, very rich in bioresources. One of the initiatives that also with support of the Ministry of Tribal Affairs we have successfully undertaken is mapping and working with are traditional healers, local practitioners who use traditional herbs, traditional plants for traditional medicines. And we've come up with a directory, and we're working on quality certification with them through the Quality Council of India, and really bringing them to the forefront, because earlier there was no structured manner in which their services were being recorded, were being inventorized. So this is an ongoing thing, of course, but this is one of the things that we have been able to do in the Bioresources Center. We have, a representative from IBSD, the director. We have recently signed an MOU with them, and I think it's important to also talk about the next theme: collaboration between various science and technology institutions in the country, various institutions under the Government of India, including educational institutions like NEHU, NIT, IIM, you name it. We have all of it. It's about finding the right platform and finding the right initiatives in which we can put all our minds together so that we can collaborate successfully and avoid duplicacy. For example, in the sector of orchids, we know that Meghalaya is rich in orchids, and it has a huge livelihood potential, uh, including preserving and promoting, the preservation of these indigenous orchids. So we are collaborating with IBSD and looking at how we can use each other's resources, BRDC, IBSD, SCSTE, so that we can use each other's resources to successfully undertake some of the important technologies and demonstrate them to the people, and also link them up with sustainable livelihoods. The third institute we have here, of course, is Nectar. And we have also been collaborating with Nectar, and we look forward to further collaboration with Nectar. I would like to urge, students especially from NEHU and from other institutions who are pursuing various science degrees, to look at projects in which research problems which the people of the state of Meghalaya, the Northeast, and the country as a whole face, so that these research are grounded in the problems, and it can be linked to scientific institutions, so that through SCST or other scientific institutions we can then further apply for grants or funding from the various agencies. That brings me to the next and last topic that I want to also highlight, the fact of entrepreneurship. Now, it's important that all this science and technology that we're talking about is incubated at some level by someone. And the best way to do it is I believe, through entrepreneurship, because unless these interventions are taken up in an enterprise mode, there is no long-term sustainability. The pilots have to become enterprise-oriented. We have in the government of Meghalaya the Prime program, and we have something called the Chief Minister's E-Champion program, where every year 50 entrepreneurs, mainly youth, who have startups, are selected, who have innovative ideas, and many of these ideas require science and technology interventions or require S&T support to upscale or to address the gaps and the issues that people are facing. So I think there's a huge potential for collaborating with these startup hubs. We have the Prime startup hubs, the Prime hubs as we call them, and to see how we can link S&T interventions with entrepreneurship so that we can take this forward, especially since we are heading to 75 years of our independence, and we need to engage the youth in a much more collaborative fashion when it comes to science and technology. So I would like to urge students who are studying science and technology in various institutions to think of their research problems in terms of entrepreneurship solutions that can also be supported by various programs of Government of India or Government of Meghalaya, and to see how these startups can then become growth engines in terms of not only solving people's problems, but creating jobs, creating employments, creating innovative ideas, and continuously innovating. I mean, we need to continuously do that. So I'll conclude my speech here, since there are many distinguished speakers who are going to address us today. I once again thank the SCSTE, thank all the distinguished participants, thank the students and all the others who have joined us virtually, including the Department of Science and Technology, for organizing this very important program for the benefit of all of us, especially the student, the youth, and the scientific community, and the communities which we serve, the people in the villages. With these few words, I conclude my speech and I wish this program every success. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for the inaugural speech, and thank you very much for highlighting the technology intervention in the field of science and technology that the council have initiated in the state of Meghalaya, and how we have been successfully collaborating with other research institute, technical agency, NGOs, SSGs, and how these technologies have brought about a solution to the general public, and how they have come about to generate entrepreneurship development. Thank you very much, sir. To continue with the program, now I kindly request Dr. Daniel Walang, who is the Program Officer of State Council Science, Technology and Environment Meghalaya, to give a brief highlight about the council and its technology intervention at the grassroots level. Dr. Daniel?
Yeah. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Hello. Yeah. Can you please share my presentation on the screen? Thank you so much, Dr. Khongsti. Very good morning to all distinguished members of the gathering. On the occasion of celebration of VigyanUtsav 1 month, 1 theme initiative of the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India in collaboration with SCSTE Meghalaya, it is my privilege to share with you all today a short presentation on the State Council of Science, Technology and Environment Meghalaya and its role in science and technology intervention in our state. Hello. Yeah. Am I audible? Hello. Dr. Khongsti? Hello.
Dr. Daniel, yeah, you are audible.
Yeah,
you are audible.
Okay, fine. So I'll continue. So the State Council of Meghalaya was constituted by the government of Meghalaya on the 30th of January 1995, and it was subsequently registered under the Meghalaya Society Registration Act 1983 on the 15th of July 1997. As summarized in the flowchart given, the S&T Council is headed by the chairperson, with Shri CVD Dingdo as the member secretary of the council. The principal role of the S&T Council in Meghalaya is to act as a focal agency for all matters pertaining to science and technology intervention in the state. And this is carried out through the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, the Planning Department, Government of Meghalaya, and other scientific agencies and bodies. Can you change the slide?
Change the slide.
Hello?
Change the slide.
Can you change the slide, please?
Hey, change the slide. Change the slide.
Hello? Yes. The activities and the... Yeah, second one. Can you go to the second slide? The third slide. Third. So sorry. Yeah, the third slide. The flow chart, the third slide.
Yeah, just a minute, Dr. Daniel.
So the activities and programs of the council are therefore grouped into several divisions enabling the Council to focus on its mandate and to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, as its guidelines. At present, the activities of the Council are grouped into 6 divisions, as summarized in the flowchart given. Can you change the slide? Yeah. So the first division is the popularization of science program. It is a regular program of the Council, and its primary objective is to inculcate a scientific temperament among the general public, particularly the student community, and ultimately to create scientific-minded citizens in the state. Its specific task is to actually identify thematic areas which enable the popularization of science and mathematics through its various awareness programs, exhibitions, and science movements. Can you change the slide? The next slide. These activities include the Eco Club activities in schools, the Nature Study Camp, the Earthian Wipro Sustainability Education Program for schools, the celebration of important scientific days such as the National Mathematics Day, the World Environment Day, the National Science Day celebration, among others, in order to motivate the children of the state to study and take up science as their career. The Council also felicitates the students with highest marks in science and technology and mathematics. Next slide, please. Several activities within this division also supplement to classroom teachings and help build up the capacities and competencies of teachers and student community. These activities include the state-level workshop on mathematics and the free crash tuition on mathematics and science for SSLC students. The Council also felt it necessary to initiate a program that includes any interested individuals of the state to take up specific projects. The objective of this program is to actually motivate students to take up R&D oriented projects for development of appropriate technologies for the state. Presently, 15 specific projects submitted by the National Institute of Technology Meghalaya is being funded by the Council. Next slide. Over the years, the popularization of science program has produced everlasting impact in different spheres of the state and has contributed much in shaping the academic prowess, especially in the field of science and mathematics, and has motivated the student community to work even harder and to pursue science and mathematics as related fields of study as they ascend the academic milestone. Next slide. The second division in the Council is the technology division. This technology division, the Council has always emphasized the propagation and dissemination of appropriate technologies in order to meet the different issues and problems faced by the society. The Council is constantly interacting with various national research agencies, S&T organizations, and R&D bodies so as to ensure the promotion, the propagation, and dissemination of technologies that are developed by these organizations into the community. The technologies that are being propagated by the Council are based on known specific principles which have been modified through field testing in order to suit the local needs and condition of the people, as well as technologies which are eco-friendly, low cost, and sustainable in nature. Next slide, please. Yeah. So these are the activities and the interventions under the technology division. Next slide. So one such intervention is the S&T Entrepreneurship Development Program, which contributes into the livelihood of the community by targeting especially the qualified unemployed youth and rural community through proper consideration of the skills and interests. So the Council has introduced Bamboo Technology EDP program to utilize treated bamboo for various constructions and handicrafts like housing, bamboo boards, bamboo screens, furniture, agarbatti, sticks, etc. keeping in mind the abundance of bamboo that is growing across the state and its underlying potential for upliftment of livelihood activities. The other activity of the division is the specific projects, which was initiated under the technology division in convergence with other agencies where comparative field study of existing technological systems are being undertaken and result in the possible improvement of the existing design available. So two such specific projects is the development of a food efficiency bakery unit for local red rice cake and the making of sanitary napkins from Garo Hills cotton are currently being taken up by the council. Next slide. So the other activity is the skill training program, which has also become an essential part of the council, where in association with other agencies and line departments such as VRDC, MBDA, and SIRD Nongsdale, we have been working endlessly to deliver skill knowledge and trainings to the rural communities through technology intervention and application of appropriate technologies in their daily activities. So skill training programs that are imparted through various village camps, they're mostly focused on the upliftment of these rural communities in various areas, such as in housing, through the introduction of a stabilized mud block technology, in the area of energy, through the introduction of improvised chulha, in health and sanitation, through the installation of low-cost twin-pit sanitation unit and the low-cost water filter, in the area of water management through rainwater harvesting method, as well as in the of food available in the state. Next slide, please. The other intervention in the technology division is the action research program that is within the technology division. The S&T Council have paved a way and contributed much in the development of logical and long-term solutions to local specific problems and to promote livelihood activities on a sustainable mode. So activities under the action research program include action research on bamboo plastic boat made from plastic waste and bamboo strip. Then the action research on the production of bamboo vinegar, which is used as a pest management. Then the action research on bokashi piggery and low-cost hatchery in the three agro-climatic zones of Meghalaya, which is the Garo Hills, the Khasi Hills, and the Jaintia Hills, as well as the installation of the dew and fog technology as a supplementary source of water. So next slide, please. Additionally, the council, through external funding and collaboration with national scientific organization and agencies such as the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, and several other is currently implementing 8 centrally funding projects to address the technological gaps and the needs for immediate scientific intervention through research and development. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is a picture of the projects that we have that are centrally funded. Next slide, please. So the other division within the council is the GIS division, and the council under this division took the initiative to set up a GIS training center in order to bring the technology and knowledge of GIS and GPS to the grassroots level. So the principal objective of the GIS division in the council is to act as a facilitating center in remote sensing and GIS and for capacity building in this field. Currently, short-term training course in geographical information system and geographical positioning system, that is GIS and GPS. It also implements several projects such as the GIS and GPS mapping of the cooperative societies in the state, the development of the online platform by the Meghalaya statewide enterprise architecture that is being funded by the Ministry of Electronics and IT, and numerous student intern teachers projects. Next slide. Yeah. So this is a photo gallery highlighting the activities and the STI of the GIS division of our council. Next slide, please. So the other division in the council is the innovation and PIC division. And this division within the council helped to create awareness about intellectual property rights and patents, and also catalyzes the patenting of inventions and the protection of GIs in the state. This division has also taken the initiative to scout and identify potential innovations and innovators from around the state, as well as plays a role in the documentation of historical tourist sites within the state. The division regularly organizes awareness programs and training in intellectual property rights basis in colleges and universities within the state. Next slide. Next slide, please. So these are the STI interventions from the State Council and different types of activities and programs that we organize. And in conclusion, I would like to say that the State Council of Science, Technology and Environment Meghalaya has played a principal role in addressing the S&T gaps within the state, and it will continue with its mission to identify, formulate, execute, and coordinate various schemes and programs on various aspects of science and technology for the overall upliftment of the state. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Daniel Walang, for highlighting the STI ecosystem and initiative.
May I say something?
Oh, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir.
Yes. I'm Dr. G.S. Camp.
Yes, sir.
I'm a retired professor from IIT Kanpur. डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के जो प्रीवियस सेक्रेटरी थे श्री आशुतोष शर्मा, वो हमारे ही आईआईटी कानपुर के एलुमनी रहे हैं।
यस सर, यस सर।
मैंने थोड़ा समय इसलिए लिया है आपसे कि मैं आपको आई वांट यू टू टेक बैक टू 1950। आपके यहाँ एक मुत्रु प्रोजेक्ट है, मेरे को नाम तो अब याद नहीं रहे, बर्नी हार्ट कोई जगह है आपके पास शिलोंग में, आप जानते होंगे। मैं तो गया था वहां, विजिट भी किया था। आई हैव सीन दैट बैरेज जो है बर्नी, अपने अमुत्रु प्रोजेक्ट की जो बैरेज है वो कुछ आप लोग जानते होंगे, ये जो टेक्नोलॉजी के लोग हैं। होप इज देयर एनी पर्सन हु नोज अबाउट इट? यस, anyway, that Amritru project was made by Shri Balwant Singh Nag. He happened to be advisor at that time when Fakhruddin Ali Ahmed was the governor at that time. Apparently, your Meghalaya was a part of Assam at that time, yeah, if I remember correctly.
Okay, sir.
It so happens that Balwant Singh Nag is my father-in-law, and he received Padam Shri on this Mutru project. And it so happens that he was living in Shillong at that time. And my wife happens to study in that convent school of Shillong. See, way back in 1950s, 55 or so. So apparently, I thought I'll share this my thoughts and my, I would say, connection with Shillong. वहाँ पे जो अब मुझे नाम भी भूल गए, वहाँ पे वो अपने चर्च के सामने, स्कूल के सामने उनकी कोठी हुआ करती थी. And he, अब नाम भूल गया. Anyway, I just wanted to share this. I hope technology would probably remember that. और बर्नी हार्ट और आपकी झील जो है वहाँ पे शिलोंग को जाते हैं वो. And you have visited that Shillong once long time. And it's very rich in, I would say, culture, fruits and all that, plums, apricot. And when we went there, we brought those plums and apricot. Thank you for giving me this time. It's a pleasure to listen this talk. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Kant. It's really good to hear from your side a throwback of the technology work that has been done quite a long time back, especially with the Mutru project. Since we are quite new in the council, so this project might it sounds new to me. But anyway, it is something that maybe we can have a look at that again, maybe see what has been done, whether the project is still continuing, or maybe do a follow-up on that. Maybe if anything,
it was essentially for flood control.
Flood
at
control.
that time.
Okay, sir. Maybe we can do a survey on that, check, and then if the system is still in place, then we'll contact you and let you know on the system whether it's still there or not. And thank you very much, Professor. Continuing with the program, actually the first invited speaker was supposed to be Professor Pulak K. Mukherjee, Director of IBSD, but it seemed that he is running a little bit late. He has informed that he has some predetermined programs, so he'll be joining us a little bit late. So to continue with the program, we'll go ahead with the next speaker. So the next speaker is from Northeastern Hill University, Dr. Asim. Dr. Asim Sinha. Just a minute. So Dr. Asim Sinha. So before we start with his presentation, I would like to give a brief introduction about Dr. Asim Sinha. So Dr. Asim Sinha is an associate professor and former head, Department of Basic Sciences and Social Sciences, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong. So Dr. Sinha has an experience of over 25 years in both teaching and research field, and has several publications in both national and international journal of great repute. Dr. Sinha was the recipient of the first prize award for the idea pitched in a team activity at the Meghalaya Startup Yatra project held at IAM Meghalaya in the year of 2019. He also has several patents registered under his name, namely 3 patents published in the Indian Patent Office and 1 patent granted by the Australian Patent Organization. So welcome, Dr. Asim Sinha, and please share your thoughts and the STI ecosystem of Northeastern Hill University to the audience.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I think it is the morning, or maybe just on the noon. Okay, without taking time on that. So good day to all of you. Mr. C.V. Darlong Dingdo, the Member Secretary of SCSTE Meghalaya, Mr. C.P. CM, Mr. Daniel Walang, and the whole organizing team of the current webinar, which includes Dr. Khongsti also. My esteemed fellow speakers of today's webinar from IBSD, ICAR, CPRI, ICR, CPRI, BRDC, and Nectar. Various dignitaries joining this program today from the SCST of respective state council states and SSTP DST. And never the least, all the participants for whom this webinar has been designed today to have a start of the Mahotsav, Amrit Mahotsav by SCSTE Meghalaya. At the outset, I take this opportunity to join myself with our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P.S. Shukla, Prabhashankar Shukla ji, who has recently joined this, taken the office of Vice Chancellor nearly a month ago, who has conveyed his congratulations to SCSTE Meghalaya for a good start of celebrating AzadikaAmritMahotsav of India as a whole from today, with the very apt approach of VigyanUtsav celebration to reach out to various components of the society at large, not restricting only to state of Meghalaya, by organizing this webinar, which is having a very relevant theme of science and technology innovations at a state level. He has also extended his greetings to DSTC division, and therefore I join him again to congratulate DSTC division to make a way for all the state councils of science, technology, environment to observe the Amrit Mahotsav year-long experience. The theme of this SCSTE Meghalaya, which I was noticing from the brochure, that is 1 month, one theme, that was very befitting, and I think we are going to see many exciting programs to come forward. Therefore, before taking any more time for the presentation, I just share my words of and feelings of thanks to our Vice Chancellor, who has deputed me with this responsibility to share the activities of sciences and technology existing in NEHU, Northeastern University, involved in innovation activities and trying to take it to the society at large. So I just share Dr. Khongsti, I think I was audible so far.
Yes, you're audible. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And we can see your screen as well.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm just picking it up. It is coming. Is the screen visible with the first slide, opening slide?
Yes, Dr. Asim, it's
Okay,
visible.
thank you. Thanks for giving me the confirmation. So we are on the occasion of this webinar, which titles Science, Technology, Innovation Institutions at the state level. NEHU has observed this title very seriously, in the sense that what are the facilities or the futuristic approach under science disciplines and technology wings of NEHU, which are one way or the other involved in innovation, as one reputed institution under the Central University Club of the country, and which is since existing in the state of Meghalaya. Therefore, at a state level, it is our responsibility as an educational institute to come out with certain experiences as well as achievements which we need to share today in this webinar. So obviously it has to lead to the contribution to societal development from science and technology innovations. I am allowed, once again I want to say here, I am allowed by the Vice Chancellor to present on his behalf for NEHU. When we look at the society, then society has quite a few objectives. The institute, Educational Institute has quite a few objectives, and which are listed here in quick sequence: teaching, research and innovation, which fall one after another in line, and then extension activity, which is call of the day for the whole country, particularly in the perspective of globalization. Picking up the red marked items, that is besides the teaching, which is a normal routine exercise in every education institution, mainly the higher education, but where the research innovation comes in, and then it is put forward to society either through extension activity or through some developed products or prototype. Okay, so I have prepared this presentation in terms of the various academic sections who are involved in innovation activities, or who have come up with some likely products which would be helpful in, if not immediately, but in future for the society in general. Biotechnology and bioinformatics, we have one department which falls under the School of Life Sciences. So this is the content which says that it is a development of starter culture for fermentation of fish and soya bean. The impact is well written here. I'll pick up the two red marked italic terms, which are Khasi terms. The local tribal terms are there, Tungtap and Tungrimbai. These are coming out from the fermentation of fish, Tungtap, and Tungrimbai is coming from soybean. Both are protein contents, highly rich protein contents. They are fermented. This is a common practice here, but only thing is it is not done yet scientifically, the fermentation. Therefore, this innovation carries an importance from this department, which they have done through, which is depicted in these pictures, that the fermentation is done in a scientific manner through culture, starter culture, proper starter culture used. The best example to understand for any ranging from layman to scientist, just like making curd, we need one starter, and we in Hindi we call it jamun. I mean, it is the starting point of the previous curd, and therefore bacterial growth takes place. So the if right starter is not taken, then this conversion of milk in hot condition to curd is not possible, and that also with the proper taste, proper texture, and so on. So therefore, similarly, in this case, the societal impact will be that it will lead to, I mean, it carries a potential for cottage industry, for supplementary livelihood of the state once they follow this development of starter culture for these two products. So this is Tungrimbai. The first one is the soybean plant, and rest are the which are created developed in the lab of microbiology laboratory of the department. Coming to another department, which is chemistry, which we have under the School of Physical Sciences. There has been a novel method which has been, as it is visible here, that it has already been granted a patent of India in 2019, nearly 2 years ago. We can say just at the emergence of, you can say, the this corona pandemic along with the lockdown. So this method speaks about that it is innovative in the sense that it is energy efficient, economically viable and environment friendly technology, because it breaks down all the organic contaminants present in the water, which may be potable or may be used for irrigation purpose, unknown to the common man as farmer or water consumer in villages, rural areas. And the striking feature is that this process is 25% faster to break. When we say breaking the organic component, means all gets converted into organic carbon, and that is no more hazardous to human food chain. 40% has been achieved the energy efficiency in this, and it was tested. This technique was tested. It is readily available, and therefore on these claims shown or presented by the scientists involved in NEHU, they were granted this Indian patent. It is for the first of its own kind. Then under the environmental studies, quite a few things have been done. A few are still undergoing the testing level, but these are a few which I have brought, collecting from the respective colleagues of the from this department. So development of biopesticides, lepidopteran pest, which is used in the form of chemical that can be reduced. Societal benefit is it turns out to be green technology, reduction in use of chemical pesticide. This is the biopesticide is the key point in this work by cloning the chitinase gene for the production of chitinase-based bioinsecticide. Second one is the algal-based bioreactors. The objective is to sequester, to hold the SOx, NOx and carbon monoxide from the ambient air, that is sulfur oxides, nitrogen oxides and carbon monoxide, which are hazardous for in the air pollution. Therefore, this method, the bioreactor, which is algae-based, which is still in the process of validation, but it has already been developed in situ in the lab, and it would help society in general, not only local, but once it is taken up by any startup or investor, the real taker, then it will help in towards the air pollution. The talk of the whole world is alternative to fossil fuels. Therefore, bioethanol was the objective in this lab again in this department. How to produce bioethanol, but more importantly, how to get it again in the green manner. Therefore, from cellulose by degrading bacteria from insect gut microflora. Social benefit, societal impact is that reduction in greenhouse emissions when it is combusted, used as a fuel, but CO2 emissions, that is greenhouse, is reduced drastically. Also, it is understood, which I have, though I have not mentioned here, written here, that it will be a good alternative to the fast depletion of the fossil fuels which we are using today. Then while this is one very interesting, it looks not to be a product as such, which is starting from SCSTE Meghalaya to any taker of the society can take, but this comes out to be very significant and important work being carried out by this department in NEHU. That is the documentation or database, which is not available till now. On what? On the edible insects of Meghalaya, which is one well-known tribal practice of the community, not only in Meghalaya, but almost all the tribal states of Northeast specifically. So what is their nutrition value? That is the important thing, and how it changes or what potential it carries, mainly in the climate change scenario. So the link is the two aspects in this work. One is the database formation, preparation of the insects which are being used as for eating and in nutritional value, but also integrating it with climate change. So whether they are getting extinct, or there is any change or new species are coming as because of the climate change, or they are shifting to some other geographical region. So this database has been created in 2 or 3 parts, one by one. So one can think that it is no innovation, but this type of database to take further next study of innovation is also significant. I thought we must share this on this platform today. Then identification of trees having potential of high carbon sequestration in Meghalaya. We all know carbon release in the form of greenhouse gases, or carbon holding or carbon sink, both are opposite to each other, and under the climate change, the whole world is struggling for holding this or controlling this greenhouse emissions. Therefore, trees are one biggest tool naturally available, but the people or the man is going ignorant is still to know about its importance, that how they can hold carbon, and therefore the carbon sink study to mitigate climate change hazards. This is keeping this in the mind for society in general, this type of work of identifying those trees who have not only potential but also graded form of potential. Tree A has lesser carbon sink capacity, holding capacity than tree B, and so on. So a kind of mapping, we can say. So first identify and then mapping. So just like the previous one, the documentation or database, this kind of study is also very important, relevant, and going to be relevant for many years together, till, as per Paris Agreement, the whole world is able to achieve in terms of their respective nations the temperature variation which is rising year by year. This also comes from the same Department of Environmental Studies. This is as it reads, waste to wealth. This is from 2 components, basic components readily available to us, or we are contributing in turn to the environment. One is the organic waste, how to recycle and use it for application, and another is recycling and application of single-use plastic. I am very happy to share on this platform to all the participants, and particularly the audience from other states as well as DST, state councils and DST, that this project was funded by SCSTE Meghalaya itself. So our colleagues from SCSTE must be very well aware of this past development which has happened and what NEHU has got as readily available products. These are some samples. As you can see, boards, tiles from waste pine, needle, and waste thermocol, these are all created. And so this is the composting, rooftop composting. Though it is not a new thing in the country, it has been done, but in Meghalaya and particularly in NEHU, it was carried out, and it was firstly on the trial basis, and later on it was tested. And the staff of that department, they were engaged in this, and the beans, French beans, were the final result as the vegetable of which was obtained from this composting mechanism. Then comes the bamboo, which is the hot topic of at least India, and then more significantly the whole Northeast, where bamboo is growing naturally, and now it has been taken into another startup of a huge quantum for livelihood. So therefore, for plantation as well as its utilization. So here I am trying to share with you the utilization of bamboo resource in terms of food, health food. These are the biscuits. Nearly 4 years or 5 years ago, NAC team had visited, and that time this was shown to them, and the expert committee which had visited, they tasted the bamboo biscuits also. Then furniture, board and construction material, which you can see here in the these two pictures from the bamboo. Then fuel and other products. I thought something for me. Then bamboo used as a resource for the fuel. One may think that bamboo may be just like wood, so we are cutting timber. No, it is not that. It is a processed one, as you can see here. These are the charcoal and bamboo, so that the combustion becomes easy, as it is visible here in this diagram. And it is mixed with, once it is mixed with the bamboo, and then it lasts longer and it burns slowly. So the longevity and heat content of the fuel thus used is improved. It has been found, and all these pictures which I am sharing of under the bamboo or the other food or recycling, this technology is readily available. I believe and hope that SCST is well aware of this, of Meghalaya unit. Then we come with the horticulture department, which is in Tura campus of Nehru, and very interesting work they have carried out. The objective was, as I can share with you here, that this is a solution to acute drinking water crisis, which is always happening in any hilly region. During, more significantly, in the lean period, that is October to March, when rain is not there. Maximum may be October middle, or by the beginning of November it is gone. So water resources are drying. That time, this plantation technique of multi-cropping in hills, which is field tested and desired success was achieved. And in that, what kind of crops are planted, that is also very significant to know, which is again helping for the livelihood. And Department of Horticulture, one former director, I was told by the professor from this department, while collecting this data, that had already approved at that time, nearly 3 years ago. That is cash crops like lychee, guava, lemon, banana, pineapple, even cashew nut, for which Tura is known. So these are good alternatives to cultivate, and community people are coming and getting training, number one, and now they are willing to use their land for these two objectives, cash crop as well as holding water. Then the third very important component of this innovation which immediately helps, is stopping or reducing jhum cultivation practice, where soil quality is reduced drastically after burning the herbs and shrubs, or making it barren land, as if to make the soil and land ready again for next crop. So in the process, many nutrients are lost. So this to reduce, therefore this is the alternative. So we can say it is a threefold benefit is there. Then again, plastic is a menace. So instead of using plastic for wrapping, for carrying some small objects, particularly since it is the organic that is coming from plant, so at least all food items can be wrapped, parceled locally, and carried also in that. And these are the leaves which are shown in the folded form here, and then they are used. Utility is that we can use it as a wrapper, and it lasts for 25 days as it has been found. It remains fresh. So the food inside does not spoil at least for 25 days. However, and the approximate business model for livelihood to the farmers is also given here, that 10,000 rupees 10,000 to 15,000 per hectare as this intermediate crop. It should have been intermediate crop if it is used, and at the same time market has to be taken into confidence to use this as the good alternative to plastic. Now we come to the school which looks into the technology directly as such. So far we have talked about all those departments which fall taken under the School of Sciences or rural development practices. So this is architecture. What they have done, and this is all tested things, therefore pictures are self-evident. This is a box in box with legs. So folding, you can say collapsible and one in another, easy to assemble and disassemble. So these designs, actually they are looking for the designs which are useful, user friendly, as well as it is cost effective. This has been the objective in making designs for different components. For example, in this one, this is a water filtration natural. All these are of bamboo, not wood, not iron, and not even PVC or plastic type pipes. This is from the bamboo material. The drinking water, how layer wise this can be filtered. So that is how this technique has been devised here. This is also available. Then for recycling the waste, sorry, I think there is some problem. It is a recycled fabric, this one, the recycled fabric processed, and this is the final structure which can be created as a hut or a canopy under which a shelter can be made. Then bamboo again, as the title, its caption says, bamboo in rescue. In which way? By using it for emergency shelter. These are the designs which are being finalized after a number of attempts, and this is hyperbolic and parabolic gazebo structure where one can enter. As you can see, you can slide it. This door can be slided and one can enter and then close it. So and for ventilation, here at the top there is a gap so that light also gets in, the natural light, as well as there is a ventilation of air. And different thickness bamboos are used in making the final complete structure. Basic Sciences and Social Sciences is another department under the School of Technology, and it's, as the name itself says, to which I belong, where I work. So it has different components in terms of the disciplines. So this is coming for the ornamental orchid. I was listening carefully. Our member secretary of SCSTE, he highlighted on the orchid, orchid cultivation. So cultivation is one aspect, but from the science point of view and turning it into a technology available for farmers, that also for livelihood, as it is written here. So we need to conserve wild ornamental orchids first. Because the common practice is, even I as a tourist, if I happen to visit a forest in Meghalaya and I get attracted to an orchid, which I know either about that kind of flower that is from orchid family, or even if I don't know, I am attracted. It is a natural habit that I feel like plucking it and carrying with me, besides only taking its photo. Also, these orchids, which are ornamental in the sense that different orchids have different beauty component in it, therefore they are sometimes sold also for the livelihood. And that is how the extinction, there is an extinction of the orchids slowly, readily, they are not available. So the objective of this work is that through tissue culture technique, which is already tested on Cymbidium master C, an ornamental orchid available in Meghalaya only. So through tissue culture technique, once tissue culture protocol is created, then that can be used in the large field, and very fast mass propagation is possible. In natural environment, which nature helps, it takes time. So this is the basic difference. Therefore, it helps society, again in general, in number of ways. First of all, conservation of wild ornamental orchids in situ. Second is we create a hope for sustainable natural resource utilization. We utilize the natural resource, and then we generate a scope for employment or self-reliant by using it as at the enterprise. Okay, this is something very interesting. I think you all would like to listen. Would like to know what does that mean? Automatic book sanitizer composite machine. We have given it an abbreviation, taking it from here only, APSCOM. It was the incubation center project of NEHU. It happened last year in the extreme corona pandemic time. Lockdown was also there, yet our librarian wanted, having a future thought of the future, that when our students are coming back to university and the library is again in full swing operation, and then yet the corona stigma is not gone, then how can we sanitize these books when they are in circulation? That was the whole idea. And he said, can we do something? We had to study. I am also one member of this team. Our department and biomedical energy department both together thought of it and completed in nearly 65 to 70 days this project, which was financed by and promoted by our incubation center. So the whole idea is that ultraviolet rays integrated with heat technology in a large chamber is used, and it is customizable unit in terms of size according to the space available in the library or any other place where the lot of paper material are used. And it's we have estimated the cost of sanitization of one book exposed for nearly half an hour at a controlled microcontrolled temperature, that it comes out to be around 15 paise. And once this setup is created, it demands very less maintenance cost also. Its making cost was very less because only the people, members of NEHU fraternity from these two departments, teacher, student and non-teaching staff, they only created this, so there is no labor cost involved when we are calculating its making cost. But maybe if we take the labor cost also for commercial purpose, it will still be a good deal for many departments in the government, in the private sector. I consider the postal department or courier department in the corona time, they should feel hassle-free that it is least having the least effect of coronavirus infection. Then there is again, this is multi-wall CNT, carbon nanotube, and production of hydrogen as a byproduct from the plastic waste. So again, the idea was how to minimize the menace of plastic, which is thrown indiscriminately by common man. So you collect them. This lab has collected all the such plastic waste. They have come to me, all the teachers, that please don't throw the plastic bottles of water, drinking water, give it to us. And then they have tried and tested, and they converted everything into, they have generated actually the indigenous reactor. And that reactor is now cost effective, and it is giving the desired result of plastic converted into the carbon nanotube, one nanoparticle used for in the nanotechnology for many applications. And the another necessary important component was as a byproduct was hydrogen gas. Hydrogen gas characterization in terms of its quality and the yield is yet to be done, but CNT has already been tested by this reactor. So the reactor was created, that was the technology. Okay, I'll try to read for you. There is some slip while converting into the PPT. This is the auto car accident prevention and anti-theft device. Anti-theft device, many mechanisms are there for preventing car in falling into that situation by a mischief on the road or any parking place. But auto car accident prevention in the auto mode means microcontrol method. This is the prototype which is tested, as you can see in diagram 1, and this is another feature of that diagram, which we have integrated various components including the motherboard, specific kind of motherboard, IR camera, and the screen is there, and other microcontrollers. So the whole idea behind this is also done with the help of Department of Information Technology and Basic Sciences and Social Sciences. This is published presently, and we are waiting for its next process to happen towards the grant. So the purpose is that suddenly while driving on highway, and that also when a fast speeding car nowadays, SUVs in general we call them. So the idea is that in highway it becomes a normal thing that we are on high speed. So the momentum increases. Once the momentum increases, and then I am driving as a driver for a long time, then it may I as a driver may fall into sleep for a fraction of a second, which exactly happened with me while driving from Guwahati to Shillong with my car. And then I came and shared this problem with my colleagues from IT as well as some other students, and we started thinking how to get rid of this problem. And therefore there will be alarm, there will be body shaker on the seat, there will be IR camera fitted on the near the wind screen in front of the driver, and that will sense that will receive the signal of the movement of my pupil. That is how frequently beyond the range either side I am closing my eyes for a longer time, which is not acceptable. So it is programmable. A program was created, and then it immediately turned into an alarm if I am closing my eyes. Therefore, we are watching here on this diagram that in the second figure, where this picture is showing that one person IR camera is focused on the eyes, and then car will slowly start slowing down instead of moving with the same speed. Anti-theft device is also the same mechanism on that manner, and therefore both features we have integrated in this technology. Only thing is we have to take it up to the startup. As Dr. Khongsti said, that there was a first prize won by me. It was not me, it was a team activity on this device only in the Startup Yatra project held in 2019, I think 19 February. Then this sounds to be very, very monotonous because it comes out from observation and then futuristic approach from discipline like mathematics. But this is very, very important. It relates to cosmology, where the study of universe, many universities and research centers are doing. As the title says, challenging general relativity at the largest scales. So small scale relativity theory works or holds good, but at large scale where so many perturbations in the cosmological scale is there, and where except our own universe, which is still not fully known to us with confidence, there are many such universes. So therefore, how to correlate, this is the societal benefit in longer term, which will be directly the part of society which will be useful from this finding will be the astronomical scientists. And that is that to establish a connection between mathematical model and observational cosmology, which they are trying, experimenting and making their own after the findings from experiments, cosmological experiment, they are also making their own model. So how to make a link between the two. Then biomedical engineering, this department also under the School of Technology. So these two may fetch your attention with interest because they deal with human being physical or physiological problems as disease. One is Parkinson's disease and another is cerebral palsy in children mainly. I will take one by one for you. So here it is a contactless tremor identification device. This has been developed already, and Indian patent is already granted for that in 2020, last year. The whole idea is that presently the tremor in the body, any part of the body, to reach to a conclusion that person suffers of Parkinson's disease at what level is done only through the sensors applied on our body, I mean fixed on our body. This device says in one way it is not exactly non-invasive, but no need to do the contact by using sensor, but applying the understanding of the movement due to Parkinson or not due to Parkinson, whether in lips, leg or hand. These are three sensitive places from where one can make out whether the person has fallen into a trap or the situation of Parkinson's disease or not. Therefore, these movements will be turned into signals taken to the signal reader, and those signals will be processed and will be able to give result just like our ECG or electrocardiogram and so on, and then that will be very helpful to the concerned specialist doctor to decide whether the person suffers of Parkinson's disease or not. So the whole idea of this innovation is that to generate a contactless tremor device, identification device. As far as this is concerned, we have being human, we have a common tendency that if I am asked to reduce my sugar intake because I am going towards diabetes, if I am asked to go for any physiotherapy because suddenly I have developed a sprain in my neck or my hands are tennis elbow or anything, so those type of medical helps, aids, when we are subjected to, then we have a common tendency that we feel as if we are patient. We suffer from that additional stigma that am I a patient? This has been found very common in children, that whenever they are being told to go for some exercise or other medicinal aid, then they are not able to give full importance because of their age and variety of thoughts going at that time, and therefore it is difficult to control and concentrate them on the particular medical facility to operate on them. Therefore it has been turned into gaming device. That is the whole idea. Use the thing for their medical help, but engage them mentally, psychologically into some kind of game. This is the whole idea about cerebral palsy suffering children, and to engage them for their treatment through gaming devices. And this also has been tested. The technology is ready, and as you can see in the last line, currently under testing and validation for CP children and NIPMED Chennai. So it was done, as you can see in this diagram. This is the device where these gloves are having sensors actually, and they are given some questions on this, and they get attracted to this board question. So the game is created here, and at the same time they are said that unless you put your hands on the cheeks from where they are getting the jawbone activity sensation, unless you put it, you will not get the right answer and response from this box. So they start forgetting that they are subjected to some medicinal medical aid, but they get more, they are drawn, the attention is drawn more towards the game. So both the purposes are solved, and that is how this was granted Australian patent in 2020. Well, I will begin this with the non-contact IR based thermometer. So this is also, we are the concerned department is trying to put it through our incubation center as a project, so that it can be taken up to a higher scale, to the extent of commercialization if possible. The whole story behind it is, again, that in March 2020, when suddenly lockdown was declared, so NEHU is no different from any other organization or unit of the country. So NEHU also had to follow the lockdown strictly and religiously. And everybody was, all outsiders were out, like students and mainly the students from the hostel. But at the point remained as a crisis at that point of time, because it was not only long period. When the announcement came of in March 2020, it's precisely on 24th March, then that time it was announced that it is for indefinite time, and gradually then the period was being defined one after another in phase manner. So the actual crisis was that NEHU is not simply the buildings meant for holding the classes and taking the students in the hostels. There are many commuters and people staying inside the campus. So therefore, the first question was, does NEHU that time have equipped with certain these kind of thermal devices, therm measuring devices, so that we can immediately know the temperature? We didn't have. Our registrar asked this department, biomedical engineering, can you order a few the right specification devices on the internet, I mean online. It was placed. The moment it was placed in Amazon, it was hello. Am I audible?
Yes, Dr. Asim, you're
okay.
audible.
So it was suddenly that Amazon said, no, now we cannot deliver to you. And the reason was obvious, because they are not allowed to move. Nobody is allowed to move in the country. And then in that case, again, from there the sudden crisis had arisen. This department created this thermometer immediately. This is the prototype. It is you can say it is a normal packing plastic box. You can see the three parameters: 94.20 F Fahrenheit, 34.56 2 decimal place precision.
Dr. Asim,
centigrade. Yeah.
Your presentation has went off.
Time, I mean, no.
No. The presentation is not visible.
Presentation is gone. Okay,
It's not
let
visible.
me try again. Yeah. Just give me 1 minute, please. Thanks for sharing. Is it coming now? Is it there?
No, not yet.
Okay. I hope it will come. Oh, there was a power come net problem for 1 or 2 minutes. Okay, thanks for telling me.
Okay.
Is it okay?
Yeah, it's visible now.
Okay, thank you. So that is how it was created. That okay, sir, we are in a confident position to generate for you, but we cannot. This technology is up there. And this was used. This device was used, which is a rechargeable battery. If the devices which we are using presently, very easily and frequently, and also available at lesser cost, a very cheap cost because of market competition, that doesn't have rechargeable battery feature. That also does not have one very important component, as you can see, 31.80 centimeter. So even again to second decimal place, and that I have highlighted here in the blue. Essential parameter of minimum distance of 1 meter, that is nearly 3 feet, to be maintained between the two persons for whom the temperature is measured and the one who is holding the device. Otherwise also, SOP of that time was that social distancing of 1 meter or 3 feet. Now presently it is 2 meter. So therefore, this feature, which is not available in those devices, because now we are taking even on the hand, and that device is kept very close to the hand. But this instrument or the device which was created, unless we are at the distance of 1 meter, this device will not read the temperature correctly. It will keep on showing fluctuating temperature. So the operator has to be informed that please try to set the distance in such a way the moment you get the temperature is stable, either Fahrenheit or centigrade, and the green light will glow, means this now you can hold it, then that is the temperature. So this SOP was also, that feature was also incorporated in this. Therefore we thought that this is a design with some extra medicinal or SOP related features. We have applied for Indian patent, and it is published till now. It has gone up to one level further. Maybe if things go in the right direction in terms of technology and the science involved in it, then we are hopeful. We have no reason to say that it will not be granted. It's a matter of time. Again, in the biomedical engineering department, we have the CT, which we know that is tomography, computerized tomography. So liver is one important component in our body which is infected, or whether how much it is infected, fatty liver, or it needs liver transplantation, or only radiotherapy will work. So even biopsy, for that matter, required or not for malignancy to identify. So far the practice in medical world, or biomedical world I should say, is the manual way of segmenting into different small sections and then doing the CT. Now this software has been developed. One may not find it is exactly a product, but it is no less than a product when we talk of digital world, which is a software which has been developed, that now it is from manual to automatic liver segmentation in the CT image working. The benefit of this is that patients suffering from liver problems have not to wait longer time or stand in queue or whatever with the doctor. Rather, very fast this CT method will, this software will help, and the criticality of the patient can be immediately taken into consideration for the right solution. So time becomes very important factor in any medical aid, as we know, the first aid. So it is the whole idea of doing this is towards reducing the time and maintaining the accuracy, as well as, because it is software based, so obviously it is expected to be much advanced, fast in time, efficient and accurate. Okay, then we have electronics communication engineering, where Nehu is presently able to highlight only 2 innovations, but I consider, once I share with you, maybe you also, that both are very, very significant in present day time. This is, we know in simple terms, I'll tell you, this is model order reduction and controller design for HIMAT. HIMAT is highly maneuverable aircraft technology. Now what happens, and this also has been, this is also granted Australian patent this year only, I think February, around February, as I learned from the concerned colleague, my faculty. Actually what happens that when the aircraft is in movement in air, obviously it is very high speed, and when turbulence happens all of a sudden, which we all must have experienced in one occasion or the other, and that turbulence, even though momentary, that turbulence needs to be controlled. Otherwise aircraft may go haywire and any kind of accident may happen, and which obviously will lead to some casualty and the damages. So therefore it is the science behind it which has been converted into technology. It is a methodology to create a model which will reduce and control the high maneuverable aircraft in unified domain, because there are more than one domain, so it will applicable to the multiple domains in which this maneuverability is to be controlled. And so this dynamics, which becomes unstable, it becomes controllable. The second one, also of big relevance, development of mathematical model. Let me share with all of you. This mathematical model, not only developed, it is tested, and it can be taken as a technology transfer. What is that? It is the wireless power transfer technique. So what do we do now? We have mobile communication networks, that is towers are there, and sensors are being used in many sensor oriented devices. And when we are using these sensors, due to the long use, frequent use, their powers diminish. We need to recharge them. For recharging, we have to come to the this electrical power source. Now it is not required, according to this innovation. It is a wireless charging of sensors through RF signal. RF radio frequency means from this communication network which is already existing, very close distances also nowadays, and multiple networks are there, service providers. Therefore, why not to use that energy, which is though used for the mobile communication network, but why not also to use that energy with devising it with appropriate hardware, so that it can convert that energy sufficiently in its intensity and able to charge these sensors in the devices. So therefore, no more extra power. This is another advantage, that highly useful in the era of extensive use of IoT. IoT is one complete integrated system, Internet of Things, where sensors are used. And if sensors are used and it is going down in its power, then RF signals will help for charging them. Helpful for design engineers. So design engineers can take, they should be the taker of this technology to decide, to calculate that what optimal power system will be essential to create these new sensors, same purpose, but being charged through RF signal. If I can correlate or draw an analogy, transforming from fossil fuel driven automobile into charging battery methodology. So something like the power will remain, but the approach and the source will differ. This is also published in international journal, and they are trying to convert it into one prototype. Right now not ready, but in simulated form it has been tested already. Then the energy engineering. This is also very interesting. We know that electricity is generated when turbine is used. A hydel project is there, thermal project is also there. So under hydel, water falls on the turbine rotates, and then mechanical converts into electrical energy. This is the common day-to-day. I mean, nowadays we can say it is a general knowledge. But now what is this innovation speaks about? That from flowing channel of water, for example, our municipal waste is collected. It is huge in quantity. It is channeled down, means it is being narrowed in its passage, and then it comes with a force. And then once a right type of this turbine is designed, these are the two pictures of that, and that turbine should be converting that into the electrical energy. What is the difference, or what is special about it? It is low cost or capital cost, zero operation, because the village people can do, community people can do, if they can collect the water stream, small rivers, canals. But canals should not be flat flowing, it should be flowing in a gradient, and then that falls onto the turbine in a channelized manner. And this technology is ready. It will be ready almost nearly in a year's time. I think we all, scientists and technologists, majorly the technologies coming from mechanical, civil, architecture, and so on. We all need to realize that this almost 2 year time of corona pandemic has put a halt to so many progresses towards innovation. Yet this team of this energy engineering is very confident that now things are coming back to normal slowly, and students should come back who will be working on these projects, and then they are confident that from 9 to 12 months time they should be again working as a working prototype. Oh, sorry. Then this is again plastic. Plastic has been really, so this is another attempt by this department now, this time, and patent is granted by Indian patent is granted nearly 4 years ago. That again they are also converting municipal waste plastic into carbon nanotubes under the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan of the Government of India. Once carbon nanotubes are available or prepared under the next innovation as a follow-up of the previous, then the same lab has created, patent has been applied. This is along with DST. So DST has been the partner in this because the project was granted by DST. So once this is CNT is available, carbon nanotube, then instead of applying the physical method to cut it, desired shape, size, and for specific purposes, the chemical method, which brings out it is eco-friendly, economic, and obviously it is again under the Make in India, because till now in India it has not been it has been borrowed, this technology borrowed from outside, but not then in India. Then instrument tested for an R&D for solar cells and modules. So this instrument has been created in this department in NEHU, patent for which patent has been filed in India office. The advantage of this is that so far these cells are available, whether they are working, whether its efficiency is same as old or it has diminished. How to test a new solar cell which I have prepared in my lab? So for that some instrument is needed. So this is the testing device or testing instrument for this purpose, and again it is cost effective and it is portable. That is also equally important. I am told that this device has been costing, once it is made by another company, not in this lab, so nearly 3 times it has reduced the cost. Then biofuel. A little before in the previous slides, I had shared with you bioethanol. So this is also biofuel production from waste pine leaves and tested for petrol engine. So far, we have been trying for biodiesel, well-known term for last 7 to 8 years globally and also in India. And for this also, Indian patent is filed. And this for this petrol engine, the cost effective it would be cost effective. As far as energy efficiency is concerned, not only cost, energy efficiency of the engine driven by petrol or by this biofuel produced is comparable. Decrease in, so obviously it is fossil fuel will be lesser in use. It will automatically, it has another implication, positive implication of that effect is that eco-friendly, greenhouse emissions will be less. And this is under the National Policy on Biofuel 2016 and Make in India initiative. This is also, it has been taken up with one industry for technology transfer. First they will validate, and if it is found properly working and reproducible results are there on a number of productions, then it can be taken up for the a startup or enterprise. Then perovskite is a kind of solar cell which we have been trying in this department in NEHU. It has been available now. This is not new, but large size, that is important. And that also, if I can give you a quick feeling, This size is just like A4 size paper. What we use for printing, A4 size, 8.5 by 14 square inch nearly. So such large, and this is considered large size solar cell. These are not yet available in the market, not prepared by anybody. So this has been fabricated. Second important feature is simply by inkjet printing mechanism, it can be created. Just like inkjet printing. So we fill the jet, the container with a perovskite solution, excuse me, and then it can be generated, and that also of such a big size. So this is also DST funded project, not yet come to the stage of product, but this is futuristic approach, and the workers in this lab, the faculty, is confident that it will bring out the fruitful and desired results, which will be future of the solar cells. Information technology, some very interesting work. I was also, I was feeling good to learn about this. I need to share with you also. We know a lot about IoT now as far as its application is concerned, but the science or technology behind it is that there is a normal IoT and there is one specific kind SDN based edge IoT. Since I do not belong to specifically to this subject, so I may be constrained. I will feel constrained to speak more elaborate on the technology behind it. But if we look into the societal benefit, I think that will be very attractive for us. This technology is created also and tested, and it is already published in the Indian Patent Journal, and now it is waiting for next level, that is the grant, after certain queries if they are raised. So it will help in iotization of railway. How? When it will reduce the accident probabilities drastically or considerably. So IoT modules will be integrated with railways. So far we already have telephone technology existing in India inside the coaches, not all, but at least the guard, the last bogie, last wagon, and the driver, and also communicating with the nearest through the tower, nearest control towers. So therefore cabins, we call them cabin, railway cabins, and from there it goes further to cabin wise and up to the control room. But now IoT will help to reduce this accident if this is tested but that is possible only through this SDN edge based IoT. So we cannot claim right now, NEHU is not in a position, the concerned faculty told me that right now we cannot say that it is ready, but they have confidence it will work, because a lot of things have to be done with railways also in real-time conditions. However, this one, the number 2, design of a structural health monitoring system. What does it mean? We have infrastructures, large size infrastructures like bridge, dams, skyscrapers, and so on. So when there is earthquake, when there is some other kind of shear and stress disturbance, is that structure becoming weak? Will that structure fall or break? Like floods are there. So this IoT, SDN based IoT, edge IoT, will help in updating the structural health of large infrastructures. It is very useful for civil engineering division of the country, government sector or corporate sector, and therefore it has a capacity to warn the authority on the onset of structural failure. This technology is already tested. In the same line, that was the structure created by man. Now the structure existing by nature, but likely to be disturbed by man or by natural reasons, landslide. So landslide detection and warning system in hilly region, mainly in hilly region, which is very common feature, and some disasters we already know very well, Uttarakhand, and now happening in Himachal also. Whole northeast falls under seismic zone 5. So therefore landslide detection due to erosion of soil or incessant rain or otherwise seismic reasons. So whether warning, detection and warning is possible, so that is very much possible with through this new architecture of SDN based IoT. Partly it is succeeded this work, but only geo testing is required, so that we are waiting only because of this nearly 2-year big gap which has happened because of corona pandemic. But again, the concerned lab is very confident when the things come back a little more to normal, then this also pending work can be taken up to be integrated with geoscientists. Then IoT assistant in agriculture, designing effective drip irrigation system, which is at the implementation stage, means technology is available, and again through this IoT methodology architecture, we can design how irrigation system in the drip form can be made more effective using the IoT technology. Am I audible? I'm just asking.
Yes, Dr.
Okay. Is the slide visible?
Yes, the slides are visible.
Okay. I think 4 or 5 slides more. Please bear with me, all the audience dignitaries. The VC wanted show only that what we can talk about, don't show what we don't have. So I said, sir, it's still so many. So I said, okay, go ahead. But request the audience to bear with the time factor. Okay, thank you. Then this is a quality of service, which is on the long distance Wi-Fi based networks. Again, this is coming from Information Technology Department. So they have the long distance wireless, how to do it. And again, in hilly terrain areas, and there, because where the communication becomes weaker, and the installations to make those communications happen, the infrastructure installations also becomes challenging.
Dr.
So
Asim,
yes,
yeah, the presentation has
gone again. Yeah, I was doubting. There is some fluctuation in the network here, combined with this power. I think that time it was on generator. Now I think it has come back to normal power. Okay, I'll shut it down and come back again. Just a matter of 30 seconds, I believe. Is it okay?
yes, it is
Okay, thanks. Thanks for monitoring me. So this is also low-cost Wi-Fi device, and this has been tested in BSF. It has been used in tested and used in BSF and border security forces for long-distance wireless network. It is required, though the purpose of this innovation was for hilly terrain, because we exist in the hilly terrain in Meghalaya and nearby northeast regions. But it was also equally found useful for BSF and Guwahati High Court. Yeah, I was told by the concerned faculty it was used also by Guwahati High Court for what is specific reason that should have been a localized thing, not a distance, but they must have tested it for some benefit. So this technology can be used to extend internet connectivity to rural, underserved areas and at low cost. More or less similar nomenclature, but little different. And this, the third one, this is the earlier one was from DAITY, and now this one is funded by METI. These two projects are still going on, but some results have already come out from there, from these two. And the second one also has more or less similar impact, but not long distance. And it is more useful for a smart city concept. And smart street lights, nearly 50 nodes, or you can say terminals, have been installed in Nehu campus, within Nehu campus, around our School of Technology road. If you happen to visit our Nehu campus, beautiful, but also made smart by these type of implementations, technology intervention, you can say. So this is also one national mission of designing a smart city. So this is an attempt, this innovation is an attempt. Once this is taken to the level of validation, Both these, after the projects is over, these two projects, I'm informed by the concerned faculty, they are planning very much to put it for the patent. Well, this one coincidentally also coming from the same lab of under Information Technology Department, same faculty. This is a futuristic, but it is very much in line with digital health mission. I think merely 4 days ago, on 27 September, I think 2 days ago, when it was this World Tourism Day. So the PM was speaking about World Tourism Day, but he was trying to integrate the need of health to be looked into as health tourism, and then also to strengthen or augment it with digital. So therefore, digital health mission, with digital Ayush, we can say, and it was highlighted by him in his speech that day. I was listening to that, and this work is in the same line. It is self-speaking, I believe, self-explanatory. It is a rural patient health monitoring, teleconsultation, and disease prediction for tribal population. And not only that, it is reaching to the farthest. Implementation of technology like IoT integrated with machine learning. Huge database, specific or separate lease line is required. Communication line will be required. Bandwidth has to be very strong. Glitches cannot be afforded. So those parameters have to be still also to be considered, and this has been already applied to DST, I think, in the very recently, and they are hopeful that they will get this granted. But I'm not using this platform, this webinar, to convey anything to DST in this manner. I'm just saying that that is their confidence level. Okay. Because of the very purpose of and the benefit coming to the society out of it. This is very, very specific to the local tribal community, beginning with Khasi language. We have three. The audience in this webinar from outside Meghalaya need to know we have primarily 3 languages used in this tribal region under the state of Meghalaya. Khasi is one of them. If I'm not mistaken, I need to be corrected if so. This is very large, not only large, largest in number in use, this language. Therefore, there is a Khasi POS corpus for machine translation. Very simple to understand. There will be an app. It will be downloaded in my mobile. I am a tourist. I am a new student coming to Meghalaya, to Nehu, or I am a business person, or I am coming from DST as or any school, state council visiting Meghalaya. I come across a Khasi driver of my taxi. I come across so many other people in the market. They are using Khasi language to me, trying to speak, also talking with among each other. How to translate that immediately into English through this app? That is the total purpose. I think I have said everything about this product, and this is partly published in very high impact factor internet SCI index, not I mean equivalent to high impact factor SCI index public journal, and now they are moving ahead with this work to make it complete in the form of app. Another one, medicinal plant, very much available in Meghalaya in general, in specific, particular, and also in Northeast region. To begin with, from medicinal plant in Meghalaya. What is the mobile app? This is also mobile app. I carry that mobile app. I put it on the particular plant. I don't know whether it is medicinal value or does not have. If it has, it will link in real time with immediately through my data network. It will link to the database of these medicinal plants. It will give me the complete story about medicinal plants. We visit Rajasthan. We visit other monument-oriented places like Delhi, Agra, and so on. And we see sometimes microphones are given to us. Headphones are given to us. Sometimes guides are there. this app will work for us to guide us about the medicinal plants, their value, their plantation, their season, everything about in that region. This is the purpose. Mainly and directly useful for scientific community, health specialists, but also for, why not, for tourists and students even of these states who are totally ignorant about these type of treasures in our land. Well, this innovation also coming from Information Technology Department, again related to carbon. Now, this is a consortium, group of research institutions, if I'm not mistaken, other than NEHU. There is a Assam University, there is a Manipur University. These are two more are there. So in the Northeast India, how to have the carbon dynamics of forest ecosystem with the help of, and to then interpret the carbon sink management and devise a management or suggest a management, because it changes, it varies altitude wise and latitude wise. So mapping, it is actually the mapping. Till now, Government of India has not endorsed any such mapping of carbon dynamics in the forest ecosystem, specifically in Northeast India. This innovation is an attempt for that. This is already I cannot hear my own voice. Probably it has gone, or maybe very soon I will hear that the presentation is also gone. So I'm still continuing, however.
Okay, Dr. Asim.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we are running short of time.
Yeah, just I think it is the 1 or 2 slides more. I can jump. I can jump if you. Okay, so it is very much working in line with the Paris Agreement.
Okay, so your presentation has gone again.
Yeah, I could I could understand. There is, so I think technology is working for me also. I am getting a signal before you tell me. Okay, thank you. There is some network issue I consider. I really apologize here where I am presenting it, that you all have been so patient. Yeah, is it okay?
Yes.
Okay. So the whole objective is to do something, generate some mapping of carbon sink for Northeast India, which is biodiverse, rich in biodiversity, to utilize that bioresources in terms of large biodiversity coverage for the purpose of Paris Agreement for India, and where Northeast can contribute its own bit towards regulating from reaching up to 1.5 degree global warming. I think those were the all innovations which are coming from science and technology. But I would be happy if you can give me quickly 1 or 2, precisely 120 seconds. So extension activities, because they are also very, very useful and meaningful. I have heard our member secretary SCSTE that awareness workshop and things. So I'll jump quickly to, these are some big list of awareness programs, workshops, training program, capacity building. There is no reason that why NEHU and SCSTE Meghalaya cannot work together in this for this activity, at least. Seismic zone, as I said, so not only seismometers are installed in Meghalaya, and they are being the local people are trained about that, even though the technology is integrated elsewhere. So they are not disturbing that, but they can keep looking into the maintenance of that, local people with them. Then landslide risk mitigation, disaster management, rainwater harvesting. These are few which I am quickly sharing with you. Then IPR, patent, copyright. I was hearing very carefully the activities of SCSTE in the beginning. So this is one place where again we can merge and bring close all the students, research scholars, that if they are inventing something, why not they go for patent or copyright? Then consultancy, probably this is the last, I hope. I mean, this is the last topic. So this architecture, when I had shown you, the Department of Agriculture, Government of Meghalaya, has given this task to our architecture department for consultants, as a consultant, for making this farmers training center. Then at Samanda, Department of Education, Government of Meghalaya, has asked again for creating this Eklavya model residential school and also Eklavya model residential at Paham CM, Department of Education again. Then Hydel projects. So a lot of energy accounting and management oriented consultancy has been given by our energy engineering department. Then site selection by this MNREDA, MNREDA, that is Government of Meghalaya again. So these consultancies are there. That's all. So I first would be happy to say Khublai, Mitela, then Dhanyavad and thank you. Sorry to extend overshooting a little bit, but thanks to all the audience participants, dignitaries to bear me and the organizers to allow me to speak so long.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Asim. Actually, thank you for highlighting the STI ecosystem of the different department of North Eastern Hill University. And I hope that these, as you have portrayed in your presentation, that they are of a great societal benefit. And I hope that the State Council of Science, Technology and Environment will continue to work and collaborate with NEHU in the future. Thank you very much. And since we are short of time, we'll continue with the next speaker, Professor Pulak Mukherjee. So he has joined us. So I kindly request Sir to give his presentation. But before that, a brief profile about Professor Mukherjee. So Professor Pulak Mukherjee, he's working as the Director, Institute of Bioresources and Sustainable Development, having its presence at DBT IBSD in Pal, Gangtok, Shillong and Aizawl. He has been working as the Director, School of Natural Product Studies and Professor Onlian, Department of Pharmaceutical Technology, Jadavpur University, Kolkata. He has made several innovative and outstanding contributions in academic research on development of bioresources, particularly on traditional medicine, inspired drug discovery from Indian medicinal plants, ethnopharmacology and evidence-based validation of herb use in medicine, and food to make them available from farm to farmer. Professor Mukherjee is also the fellow of several society and national academies. He has been awarded with several laurels from the state government, national and international. His academic and research career has been outstanding, including global acclaim contribution on teaching and research. Professor Mukherjee is also the consulting editors, associate editor, and editorial board of several international journals. Sir, I give the stage to you. Kindly present.
Yeah, can you see my slide and hear me?
Yes, sir. We can see your slide and hear you.
Thank you very much. I'm very sorry for joining a little late as I was traveling. In fact, we were at Jorhat with another program on this bioresource mission. So it's nice to be here, and I would like to thank DST, Government of Meghalaya, and all my colleagues who are here from BRDC, IBSD, NEHU, and Nectar, and all. Let me tell you something on particular context of the science and technology innovation ecosystem for Atmanirbhar Bharat, on which We at IBSD, we have been working with, you know that IBSD having its main center in Imphal, and we have our research node we have a research node one in Meghalaya and Shillong, and another one in the Aizawl in Mizoram, and a center of IBSD is there in Sikkim. Main mission of our institute is on the bioresource development and their sustainable use through biotechnological intervention for the socio-economic growth of the region. On that perspectives, we have several research verticals on the phytopharmaceutical, ethnobotany, ethnopharmacology, and drug developments from the traditional resources of northeastern region, and microbial resources of fermented food, animal resources, and eco-restorations or water quality management and surveillance. On those research verticals, the major perspectives of our institute is that synergizing the research verticals of IBSD to catalyze the bioeconomy of Northeast region specifically. And IBSD Shillong, in fact, IBSD node in the at Meghalaya in the Upper Shillong, which most of you know that we are very much thankful and grateful to government of Meghalaya who provided the space for the laboratories, net house, orchidarium at 6th mile in Upper Shillong. And in fact, Department of Science and Technology, especially BRDC, was very, very instrumental, and we are having a lot of collaborations with them on which we are working in the laboratory, and several other programs we have planned, some of which I'll highlight during my presentations for next few minutes. So major context on which we are working with and we are collaborating with BRDC for taking it further is on the works on the Lok Shastra Parampara. You know, these traditional healthcare practices which is being practiced in the whole Himalayan region, specifically in Meghalaya, in the Khasi and Garo hills, by the people and the communities who have been practicing this for a long, long time. That knowledge empowerment and exchange of these traditional healthcare practices, this is one of the priority we have been working with on developing platform for knowledge exchange and empowerment, documentation of the knowledge of those traditional healers, and putting them into product, process, or technologies through proper benefit sharing with them, and ultimately making the bioeconomy from the these traditional resources, so that we feel proud about the knowledge what these people have and how best we can utilize them for better healthcare. You know that these perspectives of ethnopharmacology, what need to be, this is the study of these ethnic groups and their health, how their health relates with the lifestyle and the use on medicine. I'm not going to describe more on that, the specific context on that, their lifestyle and how they use the medicines, both in the traditional and pharmaceutical way, that need a translational concept. And this tradition to translation, that way is our main motto in this particular context. As you know that there are different ethnic groups and the traditional practices which are being practiced in this northeastern region, especially in Meghalaya as well. And these healing practices are linked with their indigenous culture. And this is the beauty of our biodiversity what we have in the country, and specifically in the northeastern region, and which is diverse with culture, food, and the healthcare practice as well. So we want to explore those and using this traditional practice and rich diversity to treat a wide range of ailments with different perspectives. The major targets on this exploring the traditional healthcare practices and the medicinal aromatic plants used in this practice and their specific validations with translational component. This includes the documentation, and then this ancestral knowledge we need to have proper value addition through validation. And this value addition through validation specifically relates with the claim what they have been. Here, one thing is that we always think about the many approaches on this drug discovery. Specifically, one is the reductionist approach, where we end up with the molecule which works. Like that way, we have got aspirin, a small molecule, Taxol, very big molecule for cancer, and even quinine for malaria, and recently the artemisinin. So if you see that these major disease, The answer is from the plant, and that to the plant of the Himalayan region. And in fact, if many of those practices, they are not lead to a single molecular basis. In that case, we go with the synergistic approach for evaluation of them, and this establishment of the synergistic effect of the components of the for their mechanistic evaluation. That way, we need to develop this scientific evidence. As this practice is being done for years together, and these people are using them for so many elements, but the scientific documentations on that part is bit less. We have been working on that, and many other institute also has joined hands on this particular context. And what I believe that there are a lot of resources on which we must work and develop something on that particular context, which will lead to the entrepreneurship along with employment generations without interfering with individual autonomy. And then this to have some startup companies which should be encouraged for developing product using medicinal plants, aromatic oils of this region. And we should have very good aspects of benefit sharing, which has been practiced by Ministry of Ayush in different contexts. And we at IBSD, we have been working on that, on this capacity building, training, promotion and development of these Himalayan resources for the therapeutic potentials in different contexts with this. Now, the scientific component on which IBSD has been contributing on that, and which is rather need of the hour, is to study on this omics. This is one of the contexts where we really put our own tradition, culture, ethos on healthcare to the scientific validated form. And as you know that in this omics era, we have a lot of the studies on proteomics, genomics, toxicomics, nutragenomics, phytomics, transcriptomics. Major context what we give here thought on the metabolomics study, and on which we have been working on this for the value additions on the phytochemical evaluations for the target compound analysis or non-targeted analysis. Here, one thing is very much correct, that many of these plants, which are being used by the traditional healers, or the practices what they're using, they are multi-component derived. And many of those plants have the medicinal value as well as they are using as a food. So food as medicine is one of the major concepts. And here, if you see that this is one of the major food, one of the plant which is used as carbonic anhydride inhibitor as diuretic, lot of components are there, presence of which we have established, and we are relating to those with the network pharmacology approach to establish the therapeutic efficacy of this particular herbs or the fruits of the herbs which are being used for as a diuretic. And the similar is true for a lot many things what we have been working during this COVID era on the Stenospora cordifolia. Here we have established this network pharmacology and metabolomics concept which has been taken up by in collaborations with the industries and Ayush project development program. Again, this is another metabolomics of very well-known plant Karela, which is coming up as which is a very active pancreatic lipase inhibition kinetic study which has been made on that. And by that way, we put those food as medicine. These are all food plant belonging to single family Cucurbitaceae. This is one interesting things what we observe, that many of the plant which are being used as a food plant and vegetables, they belongs to a single family. And that's why we are trying to explore the metabolites present there and linking the mechanistic approach on developing drugs from those particular aspects by which to promote the drugs from nature and drugs from our ancestors. And this is the study which has led us in very different context on this Trigonella phonium gracem seeds, which a network pharmacology based combination synergy, where we established how best it is effective in hyperlipidemia, and that has come up as a developed as a product by many companies. This is one of the major highly used plant even in Meghalaya, Manipur, and many places at the Andrographis funiculata, which is very well used now for this in COVID-19 cases, where the immunoprotective potentials of this Ayurvedic herb Kalmeg against respiratory viral infection has been established with LCMSM study, where we got 22 metabolites identified with the PPI network and anti-inflammatory agents with the effects on this, which decrease the production of cytokines and the pro-inflammatory cytokines as well. So on that context, we have been developing the mechanistic study of those well-studied herbs and documenting those less studies or where no study has been performed, and developing the whole concept in the perspectives how best the ethnopharmacology different product development can lead from tradition to translational context, developing natural health products through a study of different discipline in this particular way. And there have been a different several approach, as I told, on the documentation and validation first approach, then the scientific validation, and this validation specifically on the chemical and therapeutic validation, and that lead to the product process development, and where we go with the Ayush route for as a Ayush drug, or a FSSI route to develop a dietary supplement or nutraceuticals, or even to the phytopharmaceutical route to go with the phytopharmaceutical product, and developing encouraging the startup programs under this Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhijan through that entrepreneurship, which can definitely help for promoting the traditional healthcare knowledge without interfering individual autonomy. And on that, there are a lot of documents which have developed on the systematic approach of quality evaluation and validation of traditional medicines, on which we have been working with. So friends, major context here that what we believe, that these are the practices which are being practiced from years together, and clinical evidences are very well established, but the scientific documentation is very less. And those scientific documentation from the national or institutes or universities or the scientists can lead very well for developing a startup programs on these product process technologies, and that can very well involve the rural or local communities to help to develop the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhijan, which is one of the major target here. And this is very much possible through the this ethno-entrepreneurship along with employment generations, without interfering with the individual autonomy or the individual practices which are being practiced by our healers friend from years together. And on that, we have a lot of discussions in different forum, and we have now come up with some model by which we will be working, and BRDC has joined hands with IBSD in this particular context, and we will be working for developing this, encouraging this startup and related things, where we will explore the drugs from nature and drugs from our ancestors, and developing a platform for knowledge exchange and empowerment, where through explorations of this traditional knowledge through socio-economic development, where one of the major context will be the benefit sharing, and our healers friend, they should get the benefit, they should be the owner of the patent what is developed by the institutes, and by that way they should get the maximum benefit out of this. And when we say this particular context of Atmanirbhar Bharat, here we have the thrust areas, what we have told, different areas on which the work is being progressed, and we can develop the products in different mode. And this is the beauty of this particular context, where we are not working with something unknown. It is a known thing, it is giving effect, we are just adding value to that knowledge, and by that we are not discovering something new, rather rediscovering our own tradition, our own culture, and adding value with science to develop those for developing product process technology through the development of drugs with Ayush mode or nutraceutical dietary supplements, or drug development the phytopharmaceutical modes. Here are some of the examples on which we have been working with in different area. These are the things on which our Shillong node has been working. This Gualtheria fragrantissima, this is one of the major natural habitat of Meghalaya, and in fact this mature fruit, seed, and the seedlings we are having in at our Meghalaya node, and this particular oil is really in scarcity, and is a huge demand for that, basically as a pain remover, and like that is true for different other plant species. We have been working on this Nepenthes cassiana. This is one of the major plant. As you know, it has a very good use in different diseases, particularly even with eye infection as well. And these are the Gualtheria fragrantissima natural habitat in Meghalaya, on which we have been working, and we are developing a tissue culture technology for developing a lot of seedlings for that particular house. And same is true for the Sweta chirata as well, on which our scientists in specifically in Meghalaya, they have been working with Valerinia jotamunsi, as with and this Panax wangianus, or the Panax species from Meghalaya. And we do believe that these are the species on which the work what is being promoted. These will definitely provide us some lead and for the development of drugs and pharmaceuticals in future. And in fact, on this Nepenthes, we have been working for quite some time, and we have got several aspects on this. What are the it's based on its use, and we are on the way for developing some products on this particular using this these particular bioresources. There have been antiviral infusion, which has been developed by us and several others in that particular context, which were very useful during this COVID situation. I have already told about this Calmec before, where we have developed the mechanistic study as well. And as you know that we have a orchidarium for promoting the ecotourism and conservations of the endangered orchid in with the IBSD Meghalaya node, where in this BSI, NEHU, and St. Anthony's College, they have support, help us in taxonomy, identifying the taxonomy support. We are very much grateful to them, thankful to them. So this is the different varieties of orchidarium orchids which are being used for promoting the ecotourism and conservations of the endangered orchids over there. Sorry for a bit fast, because as I know that we are running short of time. And here we used to have every year 1 week long orchid show from different farmers. They used to come. Even in 2021 March also we had the things last before year, because of COVID we were not able to do that. I'm sure with the support and help what we have been getting from government of Meghalaya, specifically collaboration from BRDC and DST Meghalaya, we'll be able to do more on that particular context on promotion of floriculture, orchid, and different aspects on which we at IBSD we have been working with. And very recently we have taken this as one of the program on this water quality surveillance, and where we would like to develop a testing kit which will be specific for the water of that particular region. And this work is going on in Manipur and Meghalaya, and we are testing the sample collected from different area, and then their quality surveillance or water quality management on those particular study will be taking further to help the society at large. And at IBSD, we have established a bio incubator in collaboration with BRDC on this through the BioNest program. And there are several outreach activities which is going on. I'm not going to highlight more. Many of you know on which we have been working. One of the major thing work is on the reimagine ethnopharmacology. Say this is one of the things what we started during lockdown time last 2020 April onwards, May onwards, specifically to prove that how strong our ethnopharmacological resources are in this northeastern region. And this has been participated, or it is still going on in an alternate Saturday, 6 to 8 p.m. to get 40 different nations. They are joining from different representatives of 40 different countries. It is a program jointly with IBSD is organizing jointly with the Society for Ethnopharmacology India, which was made with the mentorship of Professor Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, or respected former president, and the International Society of Ethnopharmacology Switzerland. So you are very much welcome to join in any of this program. And in fact, we had series of activities on that particular context promoting these resources with the we join in the Global Bio India Roadshow with the IBSD node, and in fact several other program for helping the farmers in different way. And we organized the Science Setu for the last whole year. And in fact, now based on this AzadikaAmritMahotsav, different other programs is going on specifically for promotion of science and technology for the students and also for the scientists or the general people who can use and get benefited out of it. Many of you know that recently we have been able to come up with that genome sequencing facility of COVID-19, where not only the sample of Manipur is being tested in the Imphal, this is in Imphal, and where we are targeting, we are testing the sample of Nagaland and Mizoram sample is coming, and we are expecting sample from Meghalaya as well to test in this INSAGOG facility, which has been developed at IBSD with all your support and collaboration. So friends, our major target is on this bioeconomy from the bioresources, Jaiva Sampad or Jaiva Arthiki. And what I believe that we must have the approach for bioeconomy development for the bioresources of Northeast regions, which is our main vision. In fact, I took the charge in 2020 of IBSD, and afterwards what we feel that this is one of the places where we have a lot many things to contribute, and I put as a my vision like that. But this is going up with a vision of us from the IBSD family. What we want to highlight on this strengthen the multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and multi-stakeholder research and outreach program with several resources, with lot of deliverables, which are not that we are developing, rather, as I told, we are rediscovering the things and adding scientific input to that, which will definitely strengthen the integrated and synergistic interdisciplinary research. And that way, we specifically, our target is the translational component from the tradition, not only the traditional healthcare system, but the other traditional culture, which wherever possible, IBSD is there to support on that particular context to give scientific input from developing traditional knowledge, the traditional or translational or transformational components. With this, I stop here, and bioresources are the nature's gift for everyone, and we are there to promote and preserve those gifts. And I'm very much thankful once again to Department of Science and Technology, Government of Meghalaya, for organizing this event and giving us the opportunity to place our activities on behalf of IBSD. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, Professor Mukherjee, for sharing the STI ecosystem of IBSD, especially in the field of ethnopharmacology and ethnomedicine. And I really like the concept of ethno-entrepreneurship, and it is a great initiative in helping the traditional healers. And I hope your continuous collaboration, especially with BRDC, will benefit the state towards Atmanirbhar Bharat for grassroots beneficiaries. Thank you very much, sir. And to continue, we'll call the next speaker, Dr. Mursam Zwala Sailo. So before we start with his presentation, I'll just give a brief profile. Dr. Sailo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So Dr. Sailo, he is presently the scientist and head in charge of the Indian Council of Agricultural Research Central Potato Research Institute, Regional Station, Shillong. So before taking charge of in Shillong, Dr. Sailo was the scientist, plant physiology at the ICAR National Research Center for Orchids, Pakyong in Sikkim. So Dr. Sailo has great research experience in the field of plant physiology and received his PhD on plant physiology from the Indian Agricultural Research Institute, IARI, New Delhi. Sir, I request you to kindly give your presentation.
Sorry, are you going to present from there, or I have to upload myself from
Okay,
here?
I can do that for you. I can do that.
Let me try once first, ma.
Okay.
Is it coming? Please, you better do it from that side, ma.
Okay, I'll share it.
Yeah.
So is the slide visible?
Yes, yes, I can see it
Okay.
now.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, first of all, I would like to thank SCSTE for inviting me among all the elite speaker here. So I'm honored here. So my name is Dr. Ngursang Sulasilo. So I'm a scientist and head in charge here. So today I'll talk about a little bit of our institute and then the activities we are doing here. Next slide, please. So let me give you an introduction, brief introduction about since we are a central potato research station. So I'll give you a little introduction about the potato. This potato species is originated from the Andes Mountain and particularly Peru in South America. And then the Portuguese are the one, sorry, who are introduced this potato to India in the late 16th and early 17th century. But it was the English who took the crop to different part of the country. And now in Meghalaya, this potato cultivation probably come into existence with the introductions of popular variety Khasi. And then after that, missionaries and those Britishers, they brought the potato variety from Europe and even from Australia in between 1892 and 1946. And these varieties are still cultivated in some small pocket of the state. But anyway, the nomenclature, they have changed it. They changed it. They give their own local name, like Lateret, C Minute. Okay, they give their own names and then still cultivated. But due to like prevailing disease, pest, and then degeneration of the seed, this ICRCPRI has developed so many like new varieties which are performing well in this area. Next slide, please. Okay, like potato in the northeastern region, like as a whole, it is one of our we can find in every household. This potato is very popular in the northeastern state, and per capita consumption is high compared to the mainland India. And however, the production here is very low. We have 4 to 8 tons per hectare, except in Tripura where we have 18.52 tons per hectare as compared with the national average yield of 24 tons per hectare. And particularly in Meghalaya, this potato have an area of around 19,000 hectare, and then out of which we are getting around 2 lakh tons per year. So we are having around like 11 tons per hectare as a productivity. Next slide, please. So these are some of the major constraints in the potato production in the Northeastern Hills region. First and most prominent one is non-availability of quality seed. So here, farmers, they have keeping their own seed for the next season. And then we don't have enough quantity at the first place. Otherwise, if you want to go for a huge or a large plantation, then we have to get the seed from Punjab, UP, or elsewhere. So and then another thing is since our cropping season is different, here we
Hello, Dr. Silo. Hello. Dr. Silo. Hello. Hello. Hello, Dr. Silo. I think we might have, Dr. Silo might have some issue. Let me just call him up. I think Dr. Silo has some issue with his internet connection. So please bear for 1 minute. We are contacting him. Actually, we are having issue connecting with Dr. Silo as well. So I think we'll continue with the next presenter. So when Dr. Silo rejoined, then we'll let him speak again. So Dr. Juni, are you there? Dr. Juni? Hello? Dr. Juni. So I kindly invite Dr. Juni, who is the Senior Scientist and in charge of Bioresource Development Center, Upper Shillong, to kindly give a presentation. But before that, I'll just give a brief profile about, or I think Mr. Silo has rejoined. Dr. Silo?
Yes, I'm so sorry. Yes, I was offline.
Okay, so I think some internet problem.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
So shall I continue or?
Yes, yes, you can continue. Yes.
Okay, sure. Please, please upload the slide again. Presentation, please. Can you go back one slide? Yes, okay. Okay, so like as I was, like now I'll talk about the ASEAN Central Potato Research Institute. I think I have a brief about the potato, like in northeastern region. So like, so this ICR is Indian Council of Agriculture Research. It's an autonomous organization under the Department of Agriculture Research and Education, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. And then this ICR has more than 100 institutes and 71 agricultural universities across the country. And then particularly for this development and then research on potato, Central Potato Research Institute was established in August 1949 in Patna. But you know, like a potato, like it's a long day plant. It's flowery during summer only. So for breeding and then for development of a new hybrid, and so the station was shifted to Shimla, so where they can grow in during the summer season in 1956. So ICR CPRI has released 66 potato varieties as of now for different agroclimatic zone for Indian conditions, and has about 4,500 germplasm accession of cultivated and wild potato. And so this germplasm are meant for developing a new hybrids and varieties. And now CPRI has a 7 regional station in UP, Punjab, Tamil Nadu, and then here in Shillong, and then other place also. Okay, next slide, please. So this Shillong station, it was established in 1959 as a potato experimental and trial center. So like, however, the center was strengthened and upgraded to the status of a research station during the 5th five-year plan. And the station is also an important center for all India coordinate research project on potato, where we'll trial like technology, develop for the like a different location trial for the technology, for a newly released variety, hybrid, etc. And then our station is in 5th mile Upper Shillong, it's Khasi Hills, Meghalaya. And next slide, please. So we have an area of around 12 hectares. Our station is on the way to Shillong Peak. Like from 5th mile, you have to take like a left turn and then goes to Shillong Peak. So we are on the way to Shillong Peak, and we have an area of around 12 hectares. And elevation is around 1,800 meters above sea level, and temperature like a maximum of 25, and then minimum like sometimes we have a frost here. And then relative humidity range from 35 to 95, and then average rainfall is around 2,000, almost 300 millimeters in a year. Next slide, please. So these are the main data of the station, and first important thing is quality seed production. And then breeding for resistant to lead blight. Lead blight is one of the most, what do you call, like, which affected most of the potato here. And then, as you may have known, lead blight is the disease which cause iris famine, right? So, and then standardization, agronomics, and mineral practice for like work out on the fertilizer requirement according to the locality wise, or according to the soil testing wise, integrated pest management, evaluating the impact of potato production technologies. Okay, next slide, please. And then these are the facilities available here in our Shillong station. So we have a plant and soil analysis laboratory, but we can do only the measure nutrients. We cannot go for the minor nutrients analysis. And then we have a tissue culture and molecular biological laboratory. And then aeroponic unit where we grow. This is the picture. The picture which I've shown you below is the aeroponic unit where we grow in the soilless conditions, where like the plants are hanging, and then the nutrition is provided through mist or spray of water. And then this is to reduce the soil-borne disease. This is the basic seed. The basic seed of a potato comes out of this one. And then we have a storage structure, diffuse light condition with no air conditioning or no like electricity requirement. And then we have a walk-in cool chamber. This is for like storage for long-term seed storage. And then we have a processing unit where chips, French fries, and other things can be made. But unluckily, like this is not in a function as of now because we don't have a technical for this right now. And then we have a greenhouses for like multiplying the stage one of the stage one of the seed. Okay, next slide, please. And then these are the varieties released for hills region by CPRI as of now. Kufri Kasigaro, as from the name like implies Kasigaro. This variety is meant for Meghalaya, but this is not in our seed chain anymore. It is not grown anymore. And Kufri Himsona, this also now we are not included in our seed chain. One reason or the other. And then now like Kufri Joyti, Kufri Mega, Kufri Giriras, Kufri Kanchan, Kufri Himalini, and Kufri Girdari. These are still like in our seed chain, and then we multiply it and then distribute it to the state department or other stakeholder for further multiplication. Then it can go out to the farmers. And then like this Himalini, Girdari, and Mega, they are known to be the tolerant of, resistant to leaf-blight disease. And then processing varieties from where we can make chips, where we can make French fries. Like we have a two variety here, Kufri Chipsuna 1 and Kufri Chipsuna 3. And then now we have two more lines, like which are in a multiplication stage, Kufri Karan and Kufri Lima. Kufri Lima, as name implies, this is actually like the name denoted it comes from Peru, right? Okay, next slide, please. And for quality seed production, because since as I told you in the beginning, like seed production is our main constraint. Getting a seed quality is our main constraint here, due to inadequate availability of healthy seed. And use of degenerated old seed stock. As I told you, like when the Britishers introduced potato here in Meghalaya, let's say like in India, so some of the farmers, they still keep those seed for their own purpose. So, but like degenerations of seeds happen in potato because since it is propagated through vegetatively, the diseases, the pests, like it's keep on compounding on the seed. So this is one of the reasons why now our production is declined after using so many of the old seed stock. And then like see, as I told you, presence of the most serious disease, leaf blight in the region. This is very detrimental to this potato growing region. And at present, CPRS Shillong is involved in production of quality seed through high-tech, where the plants, virus-free, disease-free plants are propagated through tissue culture, and then we further multiplied in aeroponics and our greenhouses, and finally to the field, and then after that it goes to the stakeholder. And then now we have a new technology, ARC, apical rooted cutting, where like we can bypass this aeroponic system. Aeroponic system is a patented device, and you need to pay if wants to have it, then they have to pay like license fee for this. So now this technology we have already transferred to the state horticulture department. So like implementation is like I think they will implement soon. And now, like in the last 5 years, we have produced more than 300 tons of quality, and then supplied more than 200 tons of quality seed to various stakeholders in northeastern region, like not only to Meghalaya, to different part of the ND state also. Next slide, please. And now for the quality seed production, so we have a project with Meghalaya Basin Management Agency and BMA. I should mention like the enthusiastic leadership of Pak Suting, Mr. A. Suting, right? And then Miss Rachel. So like we are just implemented this one. So the main aim of this project is to engage like and train some rural youth to be a part of this seed production chain, right? So like first off, like our plan is to clean up the potato land races which we are having here, which are still grown here by the farmers because of taste preference, or maybe like keeping quality or another quality, like people farmers are still growing. So we want to like make it disease free, because most of our potato have been infected with the viruses. So and then like through apical rooted cutting technology, we can further multiply this potato land races, and then comes into like seed production chain again. So like I will not go further for this ARC cuttings, how it goes and like how it does. So we are trying to like develop one kind of like platform for some rural youth who would like to go for entrepreneurship or having their own seed production chain, right? Okay.
Clean up, come on, huh?
Next slide, please. Okay, this is the extension activities in the last 5 years which we have done. We have conducted training, 8 numbers of trainings during the last 5 years in collaboration with KVK, State Department, Central Potato Center, and like so many other organizations. And then we have a 39 frontline demonstration where it demonstrated a new technology, like improve cropping system, improve improve variety. And then like we have 4 number of exhibitions where we display our technology in a farm science fair, farmers mela, etc. And the next slide, please. Okay, that's it, I think. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Silo, for sharing your thoughts and ideas on the STI ecosystem of your institute. As we all know, potato is a stable crop and food source of the people of Meghalaya and Northeast as a whole. And your contribution in this field will greatly benefit the rural farmers in increasing the potato production in the state through S&T intervention, especially the technology of aeroponics. It's something new, which I think needs to be promoted in the state. Thank you very much. And moving on to the next presenter, Dr. Juni. Hello, Dr. Juni. Okay. So now I welcome Dr. Juni P. Lindor. She is the senior scientist and in charge of Bioresource Development Center, Shillong. So Dr. Juni has more than 15 years of experience in the field of bioresources conservation, plant tissue culture, and in promotion of the indigenous system of medicine in the state. She has implemented various projects under the center, which transfer affordable technologies to the communities at the grassroots level for upliftment of the society. Dr. Junie, kindly. Shall I share the presentation? Dr. Junie, you're not audible. Hello? Hello? I think Upper Shillong has problem.
Yeah, Dr. Shingaj, am I audible now?
Yes, yes, you're audible. So shall I share the presentation?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay. Is the presentation visible?
Yes, yes, Dr. Shingaj is visible.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, so you can move on to the next slide. Yeah, so I'll be speaking briefly about the Bioresources Development Center. It has been set up in the year 2004 and with the financial support of the Department of Biotechnology and also from the state government under the Prime Minister's package for economic development in Northeastern region. So when the BRDC was initiated, it was with the mandate of conservation of and sustainable utilization of the bioresources. Next slide, please. So the mandate of the Bioresources Development Center is to make available the biotechnological opportunities and customizing such technologies so that it is more affordable to the community, and also that the activities that BRDC takes up leads to the conservation and sustainable utilization of the biological resources, keeping in mind the local green economy and also the multiple livelihoods for the community of the state of Meghalaya. So we have several objectives, and here I've just listed a few of the objectives that BRDC is currently taking up. We are doing a lot of studies and action research, trials and scientific documentation. We also document the traditional knowledge practices of in the state and the integration of such technologies with the local knowledge and practices. There are different affordable technologies, what we call as the sustainable green technologies that the center has developed and has promoted, so that these technologies help the farming communities move towards organic farming. And in this regard, we also promote a lot of the bio pesticide and bio insecticidal plants to help in the production of the crops. So the next activity is that we are doing is the micropropagation of potential economic plants. We are focusing right now on mostly on the indigenous orchids and also the horticultural plants. And side by side, the medicinal and aromatic plants is one of the areas that BRDC is also looking into, and we are analyzing and extracting the indigenous aromatic plants that are present in the state. Next, Dr. Shingaj, next slide. Yeah, so in the micropropagation, the center has a tissue culture lab, a well-equipped tissue culture lab, which we are mostly doing, as I've said earlier, that we are propagating the indigenous species as well as the hybrids, the Cymbidiums, focusing also on the Cymbidium hybrids. The Cymbidium hybrids that the BRTC is propagating has been taken up in collaboration with the Department of Biotechnology, NEHU, and also an RCO Sikkim. So these the plants that we are propagating, still continuing with the propagation, has come from NRCO orchids of Sikkim. So the other species which has commercial value, BRTC has taken up is the Dendrobium nobili, the jewel orchid, Cymbidium mastersi, iridoides, and several others. And it comes to the horticultural crop, we have this has been just initiated recently in the last 2 years, in the last part of 2019, and we have taken up the propagation of the Marburg variety and several local species. And we have, it is with great pride to say that we have been able to achieve success with the local species. So the objective is that why we are doing the micro propagation of the local species is that to generate quality planting materials, so that we can give back to the farmers. This is the objective of the BRTC, that whatever R&D work that we do at the center we should be able to translate it to the community, so that the banana growers in the state be able to get the quality planting materials from the center. So the other species that we are targeting is Citrus microptera. It's also a medicinal plant, where the traditional healers have been using this plant extensively. The idea is also that there is a citrus decline actually that is happening in the state of Meghalaya, and wherever we go and whenever we interact with the traditional healers, their feedback was that this particular species is declining. It is very difficult for them to get the Citrus microptera fruit and the barks and all that for them to prepare their herbal medicine. So taking this consideration, the needs of the traditional healer, the center has taken up the micropropagation of Citrus microptera. So the other activity that has been linked to the tissue culture lab is the Giving Back to Nature program that the center has initiated in the year 2015-16, whereby the acclimatized tissue cultured plants has been given back to the community to start their own community orchid parks. This has been initiated with the objective that we create ecotourism destinations in the state. So yeah, move on, Dr. Shhan, to the next slide. I can just show a few pictures of the tissue cultured plants that BRTC has taken up. This slide shows the hybrid Cymbidium hybrids that BRTC has taken up. So these hybrids we have also given to the community. The next slide, Dr. Shhan. Yeah. So these are the next is these are the indigenous orchids. And in the next probably the next few slides is just a picture of the cultured plants that we are doing. Next slide on, please. Yeah. So these are the just back, go back. Yeah. So here, if you can see, the banana species that we are doing the dwarf Cavendish, but success rate we are getting more in the local species, which we are still yet to identify, which is used extensively by the local community, which is called Katmon. So this banana species we are keeping at BRTC for now for observation, but eventually we'll be handing it over to the farmers so that we will also observe their performance at the field level. Next, Dr. Shnan. Yeah, so this is the few of the community orchid parks that has been promoted by the center. We have in Southwest Khasi Hills, and in West Khasi Hills, East Jaintia Hills, West Jaintia Hills, and also in the in Ripoy area. These community orchid parks are managed by the community itself. They are still yet to attract the tourists, because as you know, orchids take a few years for them to bloom. So, but overall, we have about 50% success rate with the community. Some of the communities, of course, are not so proactive, but we do have about 50% of the orchid parks that we have promoted, which are very proactive, and we do hope that these community orchid parks turn into ecotourism destination in the future. Right. Next slide, Dr. Shmad. So here, as I've said earlier, that BRTC is promoting the and giving training and demonstrations, hand-on demonstration on the sustainable green technologies, so that we can improve the soil and environmental health, or also the crop productivity. These are some of the trainings that BRDC has been giving to the farmers at the district and the block level. Till now, we have covered about 4,500 plus farmers, and we have been teaching them on these technologies. And from the feedback that we got from the farmers, there has been about 30 to 20 to 30 increase in production from the technologies that they have, the technologies that the farmers have been trained on. And the important thing is that BRTC has customized some of the technologies, like when we use the insecticidal and the biopesticidal plants. What we have done is we have asked the local communities to use the local resources, the insecticidal and the biopesticidal plants that are locally available in their areas. So this kinds of bring down the cost of production. We are when it comes to composting, everything that the farmers use is what they collect from their is the waste that they collect from their areas. So the other action research that the RDC is also doing is that we have been promoting the off-season tomato, which is also called as the Latkinso variety, which is quite unique, so to say, to the state of Meghalaya. So this off-season tomato, which grows in Latkinso, has been introduced to Mauling Bana village, and we have found that it grows very well, and the farmers in Mauling Bana village, in fact, has now taken up this cultivation of this off-season tomato, and it has really benefited the community, because the off-season tomato that they are growing fetches a price of about 100 per rupee, especially in the off season, that is in the month of September, in the month of December, January, so up to April. So the other activity that BRDC is doing is an R&D on the bio inoculants. Of course, this we have been doing. When we started this, we had done it in collaboration with NBRI Lucknow, CSIR NBRI Lucknow, and also with NEHU. And right now, what the center is doing is they are scouting and they are surveying for to get the new to identify some of the beneficial microbes that are available in Meghalaya. And a lot of work, of course, has to be done, where we have to isolate, identify, and then do the field trials. The field trials we'll have to do in collaboration with ICAR and also with the Department of Agriculture. Once the bioefficacy of these binoculants have been generated, we will hand over the technology to the Department of Agriculture. The on-farm production and trials of Azolla as a biofertilizer of paddy for paddy is also being undertaken up by the center. Next, please, Dr. Schneid. Yeah, so these are some of the pictures that BRDC has the picture that you're seeing here, the vertical farming unit. This technology has been borrowed from Dehradun. There's this company which is called as Clovers, where we have in the initial years we have tied up with them, and they have introduced this technology. And of course, this technology has been customized by the center so that it is more affordable to the farming community by using the local available resources like the bamboos. So this is technology. This vertical farming unit is used mainly for growing the leafy vegetables. The next technology is also a technology of Clovers from Dehradun, but here also we have customized the technology. We have customized the technologies instead of using the microbial inoculants for the plants. We have customized it by using the organic growth promoter, whereby the villagers can use the waste material and convert these into the waste material can be converted into growth promoters, and these are used in the vertical in these energy pillar for the uptake of the roots of the plants. Next, please, Dr. Shwan. So. Yeah, these are some of the training programs that BRTC is conducting with the at the farming at the community level. We also have introduced this technology to the school children, whereby they can start their own kitchen garden. Next. Yeah, so this is another training program that the center conducts with the farming community on how to produce the biopesticides and also the organic growth promoters. Next one. So documentation of traditional knowledge. This is what BRTC has initiated way back in 2016-17, where we have started the documentation of the traditional knowledge that is available at the community in various parts of in various districts. Right now, the center is documenting the indigenous. We are also documenting the indigenous cattle that is there in the state. We are documenting the indigenous fishes and the indigenous vegetables. These are all the objective of this documentation is for the center to look into the ways and means in which way we can integrate the scientific knowledge into the traditional knowledge, so that the community can benefit from such interventions. Right. So the next one, Dr. Shkai. Next one, please. Yeah, so this is another technology, the dehydrated fluorocraft technology that we have collaborated with CSIR and BRI Lucknow in the year 2013. Under this activity, we have trained farmers and women entrepreneurs, especially for producing such crafts, whereby they can apart from their normal agricultural farming activity, this can be an additional activity that they can take up so that they can improve their livelihood. So these under this activity, we also had the support of the Community and Rural Department of Government of Meghalaya, whereby we had distributed the solar dryers, whereby the entrepreneurs can use the solar dryers to take up the drying of these flowers and the foliages of the plants, and that can be incorporated into the products, which are the greeting cards and the slip boxes, the bags, the carry bags, using the mostly the handmade paper. We can move on, Dr. Shwan. So these are some of the products that the farmers have been, the women entrepreneurs have been trained on, and these fine market. These are very ethnic products, which of course BRDC has is lacking in this regard, whereby the entrepreneurs cannot cannot get a ready-made market for this. So we are still working on making these products available to the market. Okay, next. Yeah, so the next activity that BRDC is pursuing as one of its mandate, as Dr. Pulak has also said has mentioned earlier, is the promotion of the indigenous system of medicine. Under this mandate, BRDC had the support of the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, whereby we had in the year 2017-18 we had promoted. We had implemented one project, which is the support to traditional healers for strengthening and capacity building. So this under this project, the center had been able to train and capacitate about 565 traditional healers from across the districts. And we had started first with the identification of the traditional healers. We had a block level awareness program, and also the traditional healing health camps, whereby we can see that there was a lot of success in these health camps, because it was something that was like different, and people we had a lot of people coming into these traditional healing health camps. Next, we had the district level training and capacity building, whereby under this training program we had also tied up with the Northeastern Institute of Ayurveda and Homeopathy. We had doctors from this institute coming in and training our traditional healers on how to promote and improve on their traditional healing skills. So we under this we trained the healers on basic health hygiene, the good manufacturing practices, good good collection practices, and many other things, even the communication skills, and on how the traditional healers should start documenting their traditional knowledge, so that this knowledge is remains with the traditional healers and is passed on to their next generation. As you all know that traditional knowledge system in the state of Meghalaya and in any other parts of the world is also has been till date has been transmitted orally. So what the center has done is has brought the awareness to the traditional healers that such traditional knowledge needs to be documented for further reference of their kids and kins, and also for the protection of the indigenous knowledge system of the state. So we had also distributed several tools and kits to the traditional healers, so that they can enhance their traditional healing practices. We also had provided them some funding support, startup fund for them to start the herbal gardens. As a follow-up of this program, the center has also tied up with the Quality Council of India, whereby we had brought in awareness program to the traditional healers on the voluntary certification scheme on traditional healthcare providers. This is a scheme. It's whereby traditional healers can get themselves certified under the Quality Council of India. We had conducted several programs in collaboration also with the Northeastern Christian University, which is the third-party personal certifying body, which can help the traditional healers get themselves registered and certified under the Quality Council of India. And from the state of Meghalaya, we have about 7 traditional healers who were selected to be evaluators. So these evaluators, what they do is, if there is a certification programs which goes on in other northeastern states, our traditional healers are required to go there and evaluate the traditional healers in those other states. Similarly, if there are traditional healers that has to be that wants to be certified under the Quality Council of India, the traditional healers from other northeastern state will come to Meghalaya and evaluate the traditional healers on their skills as traditional practitioners. So this is a very stringent scheme evaluation whereby only the genuine and experienced traditional healers can get certified. So all these activities have been done by BRDC so that we promote these traditional healers and bring to them some recognition for the services that they have been providing and are still providing to the state as the primary healthcare service, as the primary healthcare services that they give to the state. And till date, uh, none has provided them the recognition and the certification that we need. And we hope that this program can also be adopted by different other states, northeastern states as well. Next, Krishna. Yeah, so this is some of the pictures that BRTC has been conducted. We had also brought in the traditional healers to one of the Cherry Blossom Festival, where we had set up a camp there in the polo ground, and there we also found that the people were very inquisitive, and we had a lot of people coming into this traditional healing health camp that we conducted there. So it was a boost for the traditional healers. And right now, what the center will be doing is Dr. Kulok had mentioned that we'd be doing a collaboration with IBSD on how to further promote these traditional healers. We'll document their traditional knowledge when it comes to the medicinal plants that they are using, and take these up for validation and for drug development. Apart from these activities, the center is also implementing various projects which are supported by the Department of Biotechnology, and this is about the promotion of strawberry cultivation in the state, whereby we have collaborated with the Institute of Horticultural Technology, Greater Noida, which also has another division in Assam. And in this project, the center had brought in new improved varieties from Korea, and these are actually right now we are doing a field trials at the BRDC experimental farm, and right now we are also distributing these new varieties to the farmers and see their performance. Actually, what we have observed is that they are doing very well here at the BRDC experimental farm. Now we are distributing these planting materials to different districts of the state in Jaintia Hills, Reboy, West Khasi Hills, and to see their performance. And if these varieties are found to be suitable, then this will be an added advantage to the communities where another field extension will be done. The area expansion will be done for these strawberry varieties. And the other one, the other project that BRTC, of course, is not here in the slide, but the dendrobium, the promotion of dendrobium cut flowers is what BRTC is doing right now in collaboration with IBSD and also with IHT. And these projects are being implemented in Ribhoi district, in Umling, and also in Umsning block. So these projects has been implemented with the aim that we will generate bio entrepreneurs among women, and this would be the advantage would be is the state will not have to import cut flowers, the dendrobium cut flowers, and because till date what the floriculture in the state is usually it's being imported from Pune, from Mumbai, and that also comes from Thailand and Bangkok. But if this project is a success, then we will be having sufficient cut flowers in the state. This project is also is an indirect means whereby we can indirectly conserve the indigenous species in the state of Meghalaya, which is right in the present scenario. It is there's a threat. There is rampant destruction and harvesting by the community and these indigenous species are sold in the local markets. We can see in Police Bazaar, we can see in different small markets where these indigenous species are being sold, and that also we cannot help, because it's the people at the grassroots level needs their livelihood. So to bridge in and stop this rampant extraction from the natural, we hope that this project will be able to cater to the cut flowers industry in the state. Next, Dr. Shran. Yeah, so next, this is what the center is doing. We have 2 experimental farms, and this is in these 2 farms is where most of the action research is being carried out by the center. The lab to land transfer is what we are doing in these experimental farms. So we have the demonstration of the green technologies. We have action research, whatever trials that we have to do on the biofertilizers, the bioinoculants, we are doing at the experimental farms before taking it up with the farmers. Then we have a demonstration plot for high value medicinal plants. This has been done in collaboration also with CSIR and BRI. And also we have a demonstration plot of the indigenous medicinal plants and indigenous aromatic medicinal and aromatic plants. We have initiated the project on seed of the local indigenous vegetables, and we are doing a rainwater harvesting. This was initiated way back when BRTC was set up. We had initiated this with the State Council of Science, Technology and Environment, and we are also doing a production of planting materials for the different temperate fruits. So the cattle rearing is also one that we have just initiated with the objective that the center generates its own organic manure, and the agroforestry system is also being implemented in one of these farms. So the other recent activity or role that BRDC has to play is that we have been nominated, identified actually as the state organic certifying agency. So under this, the task is heavy of course for the center, but we have started the work, and we have registered, we have been recognized as the regional council for under the PGS India's organic certification system, whereby we have currently been conducting the awareness promotion program on the PGS system of certification with the farmers in the state. We have started with the West Khasi Hills, with East Khasi Hills, Jaintia Hills, and at the same time, since for certain products that needs third-party certification, BRDC has also moved on, and we have we are going to apply to APIDA to be also accredited as a third-party certification agency. The center also, as it has been and as we have been notified as the certification agency, the center is also thinking of creating a separate certification brand for the state. And since we are planning to start with something like a Trust Organic for the state, whereby crops which are grown in the traditional or the natural farming system can come immediately into the Trust Organic without having to go to the PGS system or the third-party certification system. We are working on this, and we hope that in the next few months we'll be able to roll out these programs. So with these few words, thank you.
So thank you very much, Dr. Juni, for the insightful presentation. And we all know that BRDC is one of the institute working at the grassroots level and uplifting the community through technology intervention, especially in the field of sustainable green technology and generating entrepreneurs. Thank you very much. And moving on to our last speaker of the day. So I kindly invite Dr. Krishna Kumar, Advisor Technical Northeast Center for Technology Application and Reach, Nectar, Shillong. So before we begin with the talk, so a little bit about Dr. Krishna Kumar. So Dr. Krishna Kumar is advisor technical at Nectar, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. His function involves technology assessment, policy and planning in all relevant fields for Northeast region, namely bamboo, agriculture, food processing and allied technology sector, geospatial technologies and communication. He is responsible for overall functioning of the division and implementation of associated project and activities of Nectar. He received his PhD in Information Technology, Master in Computer Application, and has published papers in reputed international journals. So Dr. Kumar is an expert of bamboo application and allied activities, product development, supply chain management, marketing, and visibility creation. So Dr. Kumar, please kindly share your presentation.
First of all, I'd like to thank the moderator, Dr. Shan, and SCSTE Meghalaya for giving us the opportunity to speak here. I also feel privileged by the presence of Dr. Kulap Mukherjee, Director IBSD, and other eminent speakers who are present here. Also, I'd like to add that my colleagues, two colleagues from Nectar are also present. Actually, I'm talking on their behalf too. So, yeah, I'm just sharing my screen. I hope this is visible.
Yes, it's visible. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you again. Actually, Nectar is an autonomous organization under Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and this has formed by merging two national missions: National Mission on Bamboo Applications and Mission for Geospatial Applications. And we have the legacy of both these missions. We have a mission, vision to to make a leading center to foster, nurture, and ensure the delivery, sustenance, and use of technology application for public and social good. And the overall aim is to do equitable and inclusive social and economic development of the northeastern region of our country. We have certain objectives also, like harnessing and leveraging technology preferable from state or center research institution. That means we are ready to take up the other technologies available as an individual, provided it is relevant for the northeastern region and social good. Sustainable utilization of local, natural, and other resources. I'll be talking about this. How we are going to achieve this. Somewhat we are already doing it. Like we are already doing mapping of fruits, mapping of spices, and other type of local natural resources mapping using remote sensing and other technologies. And demonstration of adaptable technologies. When I say adaptable technologies, means relevant for the northeastern region. We are working on national as well as international technologies, but it should be relevant for the northeastern region, so that sustainable utilization of resources or proper linkages with the market and other things can be done. Associated skill development programs for entrepreneurship and livelihood. We are interacting with many national or state level institution within northeastern region to give skill development or entrepreneurship livelihood trainings. We do a lot of workshops, conferences, and conclaves. The main aim is to identify the problem. We do at all the states, so that the local interaction with the local governments, entrepreneurship, local academia and scientific community everybody can bring into one platform, and they can talk about their problems and the possible solution available there, or we can identify them rest of the country or the world. So with this, I'll go to the technology sectors of Nectar, though this is not a exactly exhaustive list. But broadly, we work on bamboo and allied activities and geospatial activities. I just mentioned that these are our legacies activities, and a lot of work we have already done and presently doing. Then water and flood management, communication technology applications, agriculture and food processing. Of course, this is one of the major key area where we are working on, and I'll discuss about them in subsequent slides. Livelihood generation activities, of course, this is also one of our mandates, so we are doing that also. And most importantly, setting up of technology demonstration center. We are doing this demonstration centers in all the states for the relevant requirements, and a mega techno demo center at Guwahati, making a consolidation of all those technologies which are available in rest of the state, northeastern states. So just give a snapshot. To start with, I am talking about bamboo because we had legacy also, but quickly just give a snapshot what is already done. Value addition achieved from 10% to as high as 70% in various industrial applications. As an NMBA, we have been focusing on bamboo to make it as an industrially suitable product, raw material, so that industrial based applications can be developed. Of course, we have been in Northeast using bamboo since ages, but as a low cost, low value material. But our mandate is to convert it into a high value addition. Around 42 lakh square feet of constructions, bamboo engineered buildings and structures have been constructed pan-India. And of course, the major ones are rehabilitation, also relief and rehabilitation structure. On the first picture, if you see, this is a Leh Ladakh. These structures are suitable for minus 40 degrees centigrade. So these type of constructions have been done. Support for development of the technologies on different type of boards, plywood, timber, BMD board, flattened boards, veneer board, bamboo, different type of composites like jute composite, plastic composite has already been developed, and commercial implementation has been done. Again, this is under our building and structure. Around 600 schools have been constructed in left-wing affected areas in Chhattisgarh. Commercial bamboo shoot, we know that is a very useful food raw material in Northeast, and we have supported many commercial units in for, of course, both low cost as well as canning units pan Northeast. Excellent publication in visual material available on our website also. And in employment has been achieved 30 million mandates per annum. Then around 2.5 lakh persons have been given the skill training. And around 91 units have been given the technical consultation, marketing, other support. Nectar has financed and support 22 common facility centers. Majority of them are available in Northeast only. As on date, we are doing many activities. I'll show in subsequent slides, like development, commercialization of bamboo, disposable and cutlery, and bamboo bottle, making unit. Then bamboo-based bathroom sanitary products, bamboo cricket bat and stumps, and electrical products. These, apart from that, there are other activities. I'll just show here. These are the recent bamboo activities we are doing. We have created a health infrastructure at Chunsan districts of Nagaland. Then under midday meal program in Manipur, kitchen cum store, we have already installed around 550 kitchen cum store structures there. These are again bamboo composite based. Then a lot of linkages and awareness are in progress, both online as well as offline mode. Similarly, one furniture unit has been supported. Basically, our purpose is how the technology can be, utilized for making the life easier, or making the production faster, or making the cost lower. So all these, are the way how we are looking the problems at. Similarly, there is another bamboo-based cutlery unit. That means spoon, fork, ice cream sticks, etc., etc. Though I have seen at certain places similar activities, but they are on handicraft mode. But as Nectar, we are not in handicraft mode. Of course, we do support handicraft, but by technology infusion. So the basic purpose is how the cost can be raised. These have been supported, and under the commercial production, these have been IPR has been done, joint IPR has been done. And similarly, electrical and other appliances have been made out of bamboo. So you can see that those these are just samples. And similar other activities like polyhouse made of without jointing, using a no joint technology, no steel technology, no steel inbuilt into, just bamboo itself, complete bamboo. So this is a unique technology. Now I come to the geospatial applications. Lot of activities, as we have a legacy, so a lot of activities have already been done and in process also, like Mahanadi Bamul Reservoir Survey and study of the water submergence using RPS technology for Ministry of Water Resources have been done. High position mapping and 3D terrain modeling for feasibility study on road alignment in Leh and Ladakh for Central Road Research Institute has been done. Then we have given the technical assistance for strengthening highway asset management capacity, planning and monitoring construction of highways for NHAI, Ministry of Road Transport. These are the actual photographs, the work we have done. Then pilot projects for establishment of scope of RST, remote sensing technology, for crop analysis areas. Similarly, we have done a big amount of work for MNCFC using the RPS-based agriculture crop mapping project. Then these are actual photographs. There's a large amount of work has been done on this, both in private as well as government mode. Estimation of biomass for eucalyptus plantation using point cloud generated from RPS technology for ITC. You can see the damage assessment for under this RPS, the agriculture crop mapping project. Then Kharif 2015 crop for universal sample, then for HDFC, then Kharif 2016 for HDFC, means for many private general insurance companies for crop insurance. So a lot of work has been done, large amount of work has been done. So that kind of capacity we have. This we are utilizing for how the Northeast can be mapped for its natural resources, like what I'll be mentioning about fruit and other mapping in subsequent slides. So similarly for ICICI also we had done, and then Cholamangalam also we had done a lot. Paddy crop for Kharif paddy crops. Then now this is important. Why I'm mentioning here that many such projects are taken up by utilizing the services of the Northeastern students as interns. So this is a win-win situation for both student as well as for us. Mainly students will get the they get the actual idea, hands-on on the live projects. So this we give the opportunity to them. So I request Science and Technology Meghalaya department how they can connect with us these kind of students so that they can be part of our projects. Similarly, providing technology solutions and effective GIS training to state police officers of Assam. Then capacity building for flood modeling activities and collaboration with Ganga Flood Control Commission, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India. This is what I was just mentioning, that Meghalaya fruit mapping. This is an important activity we are doing. A pilot study for fruit mapping in East Khasi Hill is completed. You can see the photograph for pineapple and banana mapping with 100-meter contour Unding block. Geotagging information and field samples collected and analyzing using multispectral satellite data for various fruits of Meghalaya. Basically, the outcome will be a atlas of fruit atlas for various states of northeastern region. We have to start with, we are doing in Meghalaya. Then for Assam, this is another important activity. We are mapping medicinal and aromatic plant for Assam to start with. A pilot project has been already been done. In progress also. A pilot study has been conducted in Netvi R&D Center and adjoining areas under Khetri, based on the medicinal and aromatic plant availability in cultivated land. A remote sensing and GIS-based process performed by using 80 centimeter satellite data of the area. So the basic purpose is what is available where. If this information is broadly not available for the planners, for the private sectors or other agencies, so that can be utilized. So Nectar come out as a front runner who is trying to do these kind of activities so that a collective database can be validated database can be created and utilized for the planning and other purposes. Water management is another key area Nectar is working on, as we know that if we talk about Assam, around 24 districts of Assam are affected by arsenic problem. So to mitigate that, we have already initiated the activity, and at 4 places we have already completed the task in Barpeta and Baksa and Nalbari districts. And the project is already in the expansion phase, and other districts and states are already in consideration. Communication technology also, a lot of work has been done for many districts of northeastern states, like training, capacity building and upgradation of SDRs, software-defined radios for Tripura State Disaster Management Authority. We have already installed software-defined radios in various districts of Tripura to set up a network of high-frequency radio interconnecting 14 locations covering all districts of Tripura. Similarly, extension of software-defined radios network for Arunachal Pradesh radio organization has been done. Around 70 SDRs have been installed to provide the voice and data transfer facility across the state, span from Zimidang in the North Pawang to Vijayanagar in the Burmese border. Then similar activities has been done at Shillong also. Here we are focusing on CCTV, wireless CCTV network and SDR projects for Meghalaya Police. In fact, a survey and assessment of CCTV cameras and other equipment has been already been done. How the upgradation of the work can be done, existing facilities can be upgraded for Meghalaya Police. This is the ongoing exercise. Then I'll come to the agriculture and food processing. This is one of the key area we are working on, and these are glimpse of activities. Actually, because of paucity of the time, I'm just covering the basic and the major ones, like scientific bee management and apiary expansion in Nagaland. We have done a lot of bee management and apiary expansion has been done, especially in the Nagaland, because their NBHM they requested and then come out as our local partner, and like in Mukokchung districts we have done a lot of apiary expansion activities. I'll show other slides also in subsequent slides. And testing lab is already underway in Dimapur. Testing lab for basically honey testing lab is under installation in Dimapur. Then saffron, as we know, that is only grown in Kashmir, as we know, Pampur and other areas. But Nectar has taken a step and successfully done the trial cultivation of saffron in Sikkim, and a very encouraging result has been received. And in fact, we have already expanded the project at various places in Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, and Sikkim, with the private and a lot of private farmers. They come up, and with them we are doing a very big project for their testing and packaging. Also, the facilities are being created by Nectar. Other projects like in mustard oil, support for production of edible mustard oil. We have already given this facility at few states like in Nagaland, then Sikkim also, and 2 other states are on way. The mandate was how the local resources can be utilized, because as we know that most of the agriculture fields are already in the organic way. So how this can be utilized for making getting the right price. So that was the purpose, and to create the employment and local available, making the opportunity available to the local farmers by using the oil seeds and other things. This is again one key area. Then similarly, there are many machinery or equipments are available, especially in the agriculture. But the basic problem is that we have for Northeast we need a little different, customized as per our requirement, because we have our body structure different and other things. So how that can be done to make them customized? We have supported one solar operated paddy thresher development activity. We are giving it to Nearest, Arunachal Pradesh. Hopefully in this year itself we'll get the product. Similarly, food box and liquid container using the low cost water activated powerless heating system has been already developed, and we are on the way of making it in a commercial mode. So the basic purpose is that how in far-flung areas of Northeast, where no electricity or no fuel is available, then how the food can be made or can be make it warm, or tea can be created. So that was the purpose. The tourism is the main key focus area here. Similarly, supporting the support for promoting the tapioca cultivation as a commercial crop in Manipur. This is tapioca is a big crop there, but they are not utilizing, or the existing variety is not of very high yield. So we have already identified that, and lot of expansion of this activity, along with the making, how this can be making the utilized in making the industrial products can be done. So that project is already on in Manipur. And one important project that of making the organic sanitary napkin pad from natural fiber. When I say natural fiber, initially we are targeting banana, pineapple, and bamboo. Here the basic purpose are many, like how the biodegradable product can be made available, and how the waste of banana, pineapple, and bamboo can be utilized here, and how the very low cost sanitary hygiene facility can be available in the backward or tribal areas. Then when I talk about the livelihood development activities, one major project we are already working of making yoga mat from the water hyacinth. As we know that water hyacinth is already available in our lakes, in our ponds, everywhere. And basically this is a nuisance for the water. So as we don't know, and as of now we were not aware of how to utilize it, making a good quality product. The ponds, lakes are dying because of this. So Nectar has taken up a big project. Of course, some activities was already going on, but again, by utilizing the technology, we are trying to big up large-scale production of bamboo yoga mat. And initially, it was started by women and girls of scheduled caste in Deeparbil water body of Guwahati. And I'm happy to convey that these yoga mats are of so good quality that we have distributed to Prime Minister, President, Vice President, and a lot of central and state ministers also. And many ministers, they have given us photograph. I mean, they send back their photograph doing the yoga during the yoga day on this mat. So that was the quality and the purpose. Then another livelihood development activity is supporting many available dyeing pottery and terracotta arts of different states. Like in Manipur, there is a Charai Tava pottery form. There's a black pottery also, you may call it, or coil pottery also you may call it. And in Andhra village of Imphal East Manipur. The basic purpose here is again they were doing everything by hand. Means when they make the clay, they do it by hand. And when they burn it, I mean, to me, there is no way how they can, they were burning it by using the straw and everything. So nothing was in control. Means no temperature was in control. In temperature, you cannot generate the temperature to whatever the way scale you want. With our intervention, I'm again happy to inform that we have already developed international quality products, and these are in only in India. I mean, these products are have been tested for the toxicity of the clay and all, and came out very good. And in fact, the fire kilns we have supported, they go up to 1400 degrees centigrade also. Here you don't have to color the pottery whatever you're making, and you can play around with the color by fire itself. So that is the utility of this product, and the production is also increased multifold, and of course the demand also. You can see some of the products available there. Similarly, the same support we have given it in Asharikandi village in Dhubri district of Assam. And here around 130 families are there. They all are doing traditional terracotta and pottery business. But again, if you see on the left side, if you see the left side photograph, that they are doing by hand or legs only. I mean, making the clay and all. So and the fireplace, if you see, it's an age-old system. So we converted into mechanized, of course, semi-mechanized form, so that they don't have to look for the electricity. As we know, the electricity is not that sustainably available. So we have converted their own system into a better insulation and other mode, so that their production as well as quality as well as cost become very nice. So now they are getting. You can see that even children can do that. Otherwise, an adult has, or the complete family has to do it throughout day. So that we have reduced to a big way, and we are trying to expand it in other villages also. Like I was talking about the beekeeping, we have supported like anything, especially in Nagaland, because their local SDGs and local Nagaland Bamboo and State Mission, they have also come up in a big way. So we have supported, because honey or beekeeping has many types. So we have supported all of them, of course, by using the technology infusion or interaction. Then similarly, fruit, vegetable processing unit. These are recent activities. Of course, if I talk about bamboo, then around 12 units bamboo shoot processing unit has already been done. And I'm not talking about. I'm talking about what we are doing recently here in Northeast. Like in Dimapur, this is a Naga chili sauce making unit. Then marketing of many spices of Northeastern region has been taken up by Nectar. Similarly, economic development and employment of we have supported many local SEG or women groups for training, design development, and marketing linkages for traditional weavers. Similarly, we have supported in Manipur skill and entrepreneurial development of vulnerable women in Manipur through weaving. These are the gun survivor women. So how they can get the their respected what you call that way of earning. So that is what the purpose was. Next is this is one of our major activity or most important activity by setting up of technological demonstration center in all the states of Northeastern region, and one mega techno demo center at Guwahati is a main key activity. In fact, for information, our mega techno demo center at Guwahati, we just got the land yesterday only. I mean, CM Assam, he personally took up the matter, and land is allotted to us in Guwahati, and where all the all the state, I mean northeastern state level requirement of technologies can be shown, demonstrated, hands-on, and can be run in a CFC mode. So that is the overall purpose, so that the local entrepreneurs, state governments, and other agencies can make use of it. Here, we are keeping all the relevant technologies for Northeastern region available and developed in Northeast as well as India, as well as pan world also, but subject to condition that these technologies should be relevant for the Northeastern region. Means it should not be enough a white elephant should be, may kept it there. No, that is not our purpose. This bamboo-based techno demo center is already set up there at Bamboo and Cane Development Institute at Agartala. Here we have already make a joint center called Nectar BCDI Incubation cum Innovation and Techno Demo Center in BCDI campus. Earlier we had done a MOU with them, but now we are owning. I mean, we are we have taken the control of BCDI. So Nectar itself is running the center. Here the basic purpose is to how to create a state-of-art demonstration training center with zero wastage and 100% utilization of bamboo as an industrial product. So all kind of machinery are available, here we are giving round the year trainings for pan northeastern region. If I request, if Meghalaya has shown will show interest, then definitely this facility can be utilized by their entrepreneurs or artisans also, and Nectar can support this activity. The major the area of technologies I've just mentioned, whatever we are working on, like agri, food and poultry, water and flood, IT communication, skill capacity development, GS and remote sensing, textile and fabrics. Of course, this is again not a complete list. But these are our focus areas. Now, just for information, these are 2 slides for information how Meghalaya Science and Technology Department can give this information to all available whosoever interested. Basically, we have 2 schemes available. One is for bamboo, one is for rest of the technologies. Here, Nectar can give financial as well as technical support to governments, entrepreneurs, and potential artisans. Everybody, these schemes are available. The details are available on our website, nectar.org.in, and online proposal as well as offline proposal can be submitted. Here, in case of one scheme called BAS, Bamboo Application Support Scheme, here the objective is to undertake support, measure, and public PPP mode in various areas of bamboo application to generate employment, create sustainable livelihood and income, especially among the poor and disadvantaged groups, including women. In fact, I'll say especially women, to support and promote community groups, self-help groups, decentralized association of public to undertake economic activities in bamboo products and value-added processing. Whatever I shown in the last slide in terms of bamboo, these have been done under these schemes only. To support, measure, and expansion and consolidation of bamboo technologies, achievement of economic scales, expansion of markets, product improvement and development, to bridge and plug the technology gap in terms of delivery, maintenance, services in the production of sale cycle of bamboo application, and how to promote and establish a common facility like in TDC we are doing it in terms of bamboo products, technologies and applications. These proposal, as I just mentioned, that is available on our the details available on our website, and proposals can be submitted online as well as offline also, but preferably online. Decision making process is as we have a technology evaluation committee and project evaluation committees. So they do as per the Government of India mandate. Who can apply? All registered individual or group of individuals can do. Firms, companies, NGOs, registered societies, and of course government entities. When to apply? This is open scheme, so anytime can be applied. Similarly, technology outreach and service scheme is available for rest of the products, technologies. Main components are technology consultation, demonstration, induction, extension, consolidation, delivery and services. Again, submission proposal can be done through a website, and decision making is similar to BAS. And who can apply? I just mentioned similar to that. And when can be applied? This is an open scheme. So thank you all for patiently listening to my presentation on behalf of Nectar. And I'm available in case of any questions. Yeah, Mr. Shah, Dr. Shah.
Yes. So thank you very much, Dr. Krishna. I would like to also thank Dr. Partha Jyoti Das and Mr. Somnath Nath and all from Nectar for the insightful detail.
And Dr. Pampi also is also.
Oh yeah, and Dr. Pampi Das, yeah.
She was the coordinating.
Yeah. So thank you very much for the insightful and detailed presentation on the STI ecosystem of Nectar. And I think we all know that Nectar has been working immensely to the development of the Northeast region through technology intervention in various fields. And this has, greatly benefited the community in different part of the, not just Northeast region, I would say the entire nation as a whole. So the initiative taken up by Nectar through its various projects will create opportunity to the locals in generating entrepreneurs and improving the livelihood of the rural population. And as a council, I think we will like to extend our hands towards collaboration, whether it's in the field of education, especially for students, or in the field of technology intervention requiring rural setup. And as I've seen that Nectar will be setting up a mega technology center at Guwahati. This is something great because this will benefit not just the state of Assam, but it will benefit the Northeast region as a whole, as this will bridge the gaps actually that are present in the community, that are present in the in the general public, especially in the field of science and technology. Thank you very much for the presentation, and I think we've come to the end of the online webinar today. It was very insightful to have all these resourceful invited speaker, and this might have really immensely benefited the participants, the dignitaries who are present in today's online webinar, and to everyone who are actually viewing this online webinar live in YouTube channel or in the Facebook account of the Department of Science and Technology, SSTP. So I hope that this online webinar through DST and SCSTE has greatly benefited each and every one of you. And before we end the session, I kindly request Ms. Ridon Khongsar, who is the Assistant Program Officer, SCSTE Meghalaya, to kindly give the word of thanks.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great honor for me to get this opportunity to propose a big thanks to all the dignitaries and participants on this special occasion of this webinar on the theme STI institutions. I speak on behalf of the State Council of Science, Technology and Environment, SCSTE Meghalaya. I would like to express my gratitude to all the esteemed delegates of this webinar for their presence and contribution to make this webinar a great success. I also would like to personally express my thanks to our member secretary, Shri Cyril V.D. Dindo, for spread out his very busy schedule to create this event with the inaugural speech. Thank you very much, sir, for inspiring and encouraging us with your words on this webinar, sir. I also like to express my thanks to DST SSTP for initiating the 1-year celebration of the AzadikaAmritMahotsav through the VigyanUtsav. I also would like to express my thankful to Dr. Dibapriya Datta, advisor and head, and also Dr. Rashmi Sharma from the DST Science for Equity, Empowerment and Development SEEDS Division for the forefront hard work in bringing this initiative reality. I also would like to thank Dr. Ravikant Prayapati, Department of Science Technology, as well as other dignitaries from the ministry for creating the webinar. I thank all the members, secretary, and representatives from the different state council across the state of India for attending the online webinar and providing supports and framework in organizing this program. I also like to thank all the participants and like the Vice Chancellor, the directors, the professor from different university and different institutions for your participation, which makes this webinar a great success. I humbly thanks with all my heart to all the invited speakers, Professor Pulak K. Mukherjee, Dr. Asim Sinha, Dr. Silo, Dr. Juni Pilingdo, Dr. Krishna Kumar, for providing an immense support by highlighting the STI ecosystem in your own respective institute. This has really opened up the platform to the general public and the STI ecosystem of the state of Meghalaya. Thanks to the CDAC team for the live telecast on the DST SSTP portal and YouTube channel for the wide publicity of this particular event. I would like to thank our own officer in charge, our OSD, Officer on Special Duty, Mr. Augustus Suting, SCSTE, for his guidance and support in organizing this event. I must also thank our own team member from the State Council of Science Technology, Mr. CPCM, Dr. Daniel Walang, Mr. Bante Lengkhoy, Ms. Ridan Hok Kongsar, Ms. Biva El Lingdo, and Dr. Shngan Kongsti, who is the moderator of this event, for the hard working in the past few days to make this webinar a grand success. And also like to thank all our colleagues who works behind the scenes, not to mention everyone, your support and your help in the last weeks for preparing this webinar. So thank you, my team from SCSTE. And last but not the least, I would like to thank everyone once again for making this great success. And my apology if I fail to mention anyone. Please forgive us. Thank you, everyone, and hoping to see you once again in the next webinar on the theme Human Capacity Development Index. Thank you so much. Kublai Shibun, Mithela, and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ridan Kongsar, for the word of thanks. And I take this opportunity to thank each and everyone who is present today. Because without you, without your presentation, this event wouldn't be a success. Thank you very much, and hope to see you in the next webinar, which will be in the month of October with a separate theme, and hoping to see you again, and hoping that your participation in the events that are to come as part of the VigyanUtsav will be of great importance, so that you can share your thoughts, your events, and your success story to the general public. Thank you very much once again. Kuble Shibun, Mitila.